Lady One, Legion of Myth, Hungar the Starvarian, Six Nation 31 Kings. Hello, gentlemen.
Let's see
Crafting
if
Gamer.
I was about to say, let's see if Robotech 00 shows up. He's been a really good follower of mine.
Fair enough.
Hello, Six Nations 31 King.
I want to apologize to you. On Saturday, I ran my table, and I got a player that he just hates streaming, and I'm like, I've been doing that for a long time, and we've been streaming this game for a while, and the other players mostly get it. You know, they understand, like, okay, you one of the first YouTubers to show off Pathfinder. Greg doesn't. He hates the streaming world, and he hates he's not into it. And if he pissed you off, I'm sorry. Wasn't my goal.
No, I mean, I took him seriously enough in the fact that I can tell he doesn't like streaming.
No,
but it didn't feel like he was hateful towards anybody.
No, he's not hateful.
So that's why I said back what I did. It was like, this is some of the best entertainment on the internet. So F you. I wouldn't have said that. I didn't feel that he was kind of I won't say joking, but more lighthearted than he made it sound.
I don't know where the internet touched him at. You know, he's a little bit younger than me, but he doesn't get it, and that's cool.
Yeah.
I told him, I said, we play in front of an audience. We don't just quote unquote play for ourselves, because this is one of the few channels that actually started with Pathfinder, and we're probably going to run Pathfinder till this campaign's over. After that, we're going to something different, hopefully better. And my players are not quote unquote excited about the system I'm running, because some of them saw the play test and they're like, "That's your combat system?" I said, "Yeah." They're like, "Really?" "Yeah." Man, gotta get used to that. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Kai and I have been talking about my combat system, and he's been asking questions that inspire some very interesting things. Like, I actually put it in the Crafting Gamer part of your Discord, literally talking about how now you can do counter strikes. And Kai actually said after that, is there a possibility of being able to do like a gut bodyguard scenario? Which turned around and inspired us, like, yeah, that's actually a really good idea. So now only 2 classes can do it, but they can actually parry attacks aimed at other players or other characters within their range of movement.
That's kind of cool. That's really cool.
I did give a limit. You can parry as many times as you want, but you only have so many counter strikes. And the swordsman will get 6. The Sunkin, or if you look at it for D&D terms, he's literally built up to be the equivalent of a paladin. The healer tank, and gets 4, and everybody else gets 2. That you can do for free, but you can, just like everything else like that, I'm giving it so you can take an extra action if you want to do another one. Mind you only get 3 actions. I love Palladium's system, but I also don't like how, especially if you know how redonkulous your actions per round can be. I had a couple players who knew the system so well, I had to break their actions up into 2 segments of 4 actions each.
Well, hand to hand, it gets kind of wonky. I don't believe the shooting side of that game is actually that broken. I might be wrong, but I think most people got was like 2 or 3 shots per round.
Well, guns themselves are meant to be really powerful.
Yeah, there's supposed to be 1 or 2 at most per round, and that's it.
Yeah. I kind of set up my guns the same way. You could take a single action to load them, but that means the most you're going to get is 2 shots per round. And a buddy of mine outside the internet world, interesting enough, my brother-in-law's little brother, I talked to him because I'm pretty sure you, Bruce, know we're talking about a little bit about my book, but this isn't spoilers for what's directly in the book. This is just stuff that's been added. I'm pretty sure you noticed, given the fact this is obviously pirate themed, a lack of a blunderbuss.
All right. Is this because of this second edition AD&D blunderbuss?
No, I'm referring to in my game.
Okay.
When you're reading, when you went to the weapons, didn't you notice a lack of a blunderbuss?
Yeah, I didn't see that.
That was because I couldn't, until a buddy of mine and I talked, figure out a good way to implement the blunderbuss that didn't make it nerfed to the point it was, I wouldn't say useless, but not as cool as it should be, or way OP. Because if it was a regular shotgun, I could get away with saying, oh, well, it's 3d4 or 3d6, and that would make sense. But a blunderbuss, you're supposed to be able to shove just about anything into. So you need a much higher damage rate for it to be awesome as a blunderbuss is supposed to be. So what my friend suggested is go ahead and make it so the blunderbuss can only be used once per combat. So it has to be loaded outside of combat. The trade-off for this, like what your bonus is, it does 1d4 times 10 piercing damage.
Okay, but I'm going to just add. I'm going to say something here. Maybe this is going to. A blunderbuss
I'm
takes
always
like
open to new ideas.
2 minutes to load.
Oh, that's a very long time since an action round takes 6 seconds.
So just say it's not unallowed, but if you want to burn 20 rounds of combat loading a weapon.
Okay, yeah.
Because that basically means that person's tucked in back, hoping nobody jumps the line of defense that the rest of the players are doing.
Yeah.
That's your choice to do that, but I mean...
No, I kind of like that because, admittedly, blunderbuss only one shot, period, kind of makes sense, but it also makes it so people aren't going to want to use it that much. I mean, blunderbuss were used quite a bit back then because of their versatility, and I really do want to find a way to add them. And I do like the idea of 2 minutes reload time, 20 actions. That,
I mean, somebody that really practiced a lot can probably get that down.
Yeah.
But it's still going to take like a minute for an expert.
Yeah.
Unless you decide to go on the web and search out fastest reloading arquebus video, and then you're like, okay, well, if you sync all your weapon proficiencies into arquebus, then yeah, you can get it reloaded within 40 seconds. And that's still 8 rounds.
Yeah.
Still 8 rounds. Like there are rituals for Ars Magica that take less.
Yeah.
I like throwing Ars Magica out there for people that want to discuss old but still yet good games.
Hey, I'm willing to try most any game at least once. Buddy of mine who I play Palladium with on Fridays wants to DM a Pathfinder game. And he I won't say he made a poor choice, but he might have regretted his choice when he found out what I was going to do. I may have already told you this. This is a character. I know I told Hungar this, and he kind of got a small kick out of it. On Pathfinder, I'm going to be playing a goblin alchemist called Professor Chaos. Well, that's what he calls himself. He has an actual name, but he runs around and calls himself Professor Chaos.
That works.
I've actually kept a unaltered sheet of this character because if, and I do say if because I know I'm at the back of the line. If I ever get a chance to play in your Pathfinder game, I think it's that goblin I'll be playing. So, like I said, I got an unaltered sheet saved off to the side in my computer.
Well, if I don't run you in Pathfinder, I'll be putting you in with the beta test group.
Yeah, I remember hearing that, and I'm super excited because I love the way you GM. Like, I don't know how much of a kick you get out of this, but I think you'll at least get a giggle.
Okay.
Someone said, oh yeah, it was Connell. Connell said, you want to talk about a stingy GM, talk to Bruce. I literally responded because this is exactly how I feel. I always thought Bruce was being a little generous.
Well, you and Max from Legion of Myth are really on the side where I probably hand things out too much. And then I have a lot of other people, like the guys in my campaign, like they'll tell you, like, Bruce will give you rewards, but a lot of times they're like rewards that you don't have come into play for like 10 or 12 sessions. And it kind of makes you upset because you were wanting to find like a magic item, or you're looking for like a certain amount of gold or resources, and Bruce gives you cattle. Bruce gives you 3 donkeys, 400 pounds of silverware, and they're like, I didn't want
the entrepreneur in me already looks at that as valuable. I mean, silverware in a world like D&D, that's got to be worth a decent amount of money.
Yes.
And livestock, that's always worth money. So the entrepreneur in me is already going, I could see potential for good money here. We just got to find the right buyer. That's what I mean by I feel like
other players, they get upset because they're like, you give us stuff, but like we've got to be able to teleport to milk it out to gain any use out of it. And once the players hit teleport stage in Pathfinder D&D, like all of a sudden the game changes. And I've not ever ran a proper game, and I'll say that I've never run a proper game where you get the teleport spell, but there is a material component that you do not have an infinite supply of. Like one of the things the players found in the current campaign was boots that teleport. Well, but between the portable hole and the boots teleport, they can scramble out of somewhere within 6 seconds. And that is, in my opinion, that's like the epitome of high magic.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I actually tend to agree because
also
I won't say the boots are OP, but
I wanted to say real quick to the chat, if you guys want to come in and chat with us, I'm having an open call. We could have up to 10 people in here. Now, if we get 10 people, please be courteous to each other. But the link for StreamYards is in the chat and in the description of the video. Just saying. Not that you're not enough crafting gamer, but I think there might be other people in here that actually want to talk to you about what things that you might have going on as well.
Well, it's a paint and chill stream, not a crafting and Bruce stream, or a Bruce and crafting stream.
It's a paint and chill stream because for most of it, I'm going to have my hands with brush and figure.
Yeah. Actually got a couple figures I'm going to be painting. I managed to find a couple of female pirates to print. This is obviously with my FDM printer.
Hey, Shadow and Sun. The other thing is that David Giles talking about his arquebus, and the way he runs arquebuses in his game looks like the same exact way that you have for yours. It's a one-shot, drop it, and use something else. David Gall says, I cannot join because my wife and kids and I are ready to paint together, but the internet could be trash. That's fair.
Yeah. Well, Archivist, that's basically an artifact maker. Correct?
I think so.
Well, that role is filled by the shipwright. A little bit of a spoiler. I kind of gave the shipwright the ability to spend the equivalent of experience points to make his inventions work.
That's not a bad thing. So you're almost sound like you're apologizing for the way you have your game rules and your game world set up. Don't sound like that. Sound like, here's how I've differed things a little bit, and then stand proudly when you announce things like that, because actually that sounds really damn cool.
I didn't realize it made it sound like an apology.
When your tone of voice, that's all I'm saying. When you have a world that you have, it is often, in my opinion, superior to have in the mindset that the people that run said world are the guilds. The guilds are the ones that primarily will have majority of power, because big corporations aren't part of a thing yet, unless your world is different on its marketing and such.
Well, the way my world works is kind of complicated, kind of simple. The basic idea is the fact that there are 6 colored suns, and beneath each colored sun there's a different level of technology, leading all the way from tribal to nanite level technology. Spoiler on that one, that's going to be coming in a future book, specifically beneath the Silver Sun book. But there are 2 nations that are capable of full-on manufacturing, like modern manufacturing. One does something similar, but through almost solely through magic, or refractions, as I call them. So they don't have any big facilities; they just do it by hand, pretty much. And then another one, they don't have big facilities, but they are known for really, really good craftsmanship. Like, people will pay out the nose for anything they make.
Sounds pretty good.
There are also, I intend to make a book specifically about subcultures as well, because there's the 6 primary cultures, which live beneath the 6 suns, and then there are 4 primary nations. The green nation, beneath the green sun, is the tribalistic people that have no unified nation, and the silver people have no interest in the outside world. Period. They just ignore everything. Occasionally, someone will leave basically the big city, because it's a continent-sized city.
I'd like to say goodbye to our friend Flady1. He's got to bounce early.
Flady.
Get some rest, man. I know you've been working a lot lately.
Oh,
and David Guile, he's got a question for you.
Yeah.
Wants to know, when are you going to be making your game available?
Right now it's just in playtest. I need to work out the kinks in certain rules and get more feedback on how the rules I do have set up works. Like, for example, just talking with Kai and the adding of those rules, where you can now defend someone else and also counter-strike. Both of those popped up because of Kai.
Yeah, if you talk with Kai for any length of time, he's going to show you pretty much where the weak point is in your game. Like, when I was chatting with him about mine, he showed me some things that I could work on, and I've been focusing on that right now I'm getting the arcane workers, the arcane casters.
Yeah.
David Guile offers, if you want, let him check it out, and he'll let you know what he thinks. He won't be able to play test it, but can give it a read through and let you know what he thinks of it.
That would be downright awesome.
You guys should get in touch with each other.
Yeah, is the PDF link permanent in Table Breakers? Or not Table Breakers? Yeah, Table Breakers. No.
Hey, David Guile, do you have? David Guile? Are you in the Gatekeepers chat?
Gatekeepers. My brain just totally farted on that name. Because if the PDFs are permanent, I have a PDF there for Sam. I can't remember the full name, but Sam. He really good with grammar, and he offered to go through this first one for free. Before he had a chance to say anything else, I told him if I was going to get his help for one, especially when it was a huge book, there was no way I would accept free for an answer. Even if he wants something made of leather or just some piece of artwork I can do, I will make it. But he is not getting away free from helping me with my book. And when I first told him that, he kind of like, I don't think he was expecting me to say something like that. Admittedly, I am a cheapskate on a lot of things, but there are some things I absolutely refuse to skimp on. And help from people is one of them.
All right, David, I just invited you to the Gatekeepers Discord server. So, aside from Saturday's game with us, how was your weekend?
That was great. I was getting ready to talk about this. I am now the proud owner. I am going to be the proud owner. I have to wait for them to arrive. Of right around 40 miniatures. Shadow and Sun held a giveaway on Sunday, and I won twice. Not only did I win twice, I won the two biggest boxes. Not the biggest miniature, the Rask, but the two biggest boxes. A 32 individual sample box monster set, and a military style with robotic snake men, an Inquisitor, or I forgot what. No, it's not Inquisitor, something else, and like robotic vampires or something like that.
Crafting Gamer, what part of the Gatekeepers chat channel did you put?
Shoot, yeah. Let me double check.
David Guile just joined it, so he should be in the welcome tab.
Yeah.
The welcome section over there.
Let's see here. Oh, problem. Hold on a second. My computer's being slow. I'm pretty sure I know which one it's in, but I want to double check since I. Yeah. I think that's one is. No. Okay, I'm glad I double checked. Let's see here. Yeah, you have to scroll up a little bit, but it's in general discussions. Yeah, you don't have to scroll that far, though.
He's like, if I don't respond for about an hour, please forgive me, but I got to go paint. His oldest child is from what she sounds like, she's a young genius.
Oh, yeah.
And, she's one of those people that whenever David runs Dungeons and Delvers at a convention, she kind of stays on top of the party and makes sure the party does the right things at the right time.
Nice.
And like a 7 or 10-year-old girl, okay, like this child is telling the other members of the party, strangers in real life, what to do, what's going on, and how you're to conduct yourself. And one guy says, "Okay, well, the fight's over, right? Yeah. Well, I'm going to get my knapsack ready and I'm going to take a nap." And the little girl looks directly at him, says, "Well, I'm going to assume that you didn't tell us, but you're cleaning your wound out so you don't get it infected." What? Yeah, it's in the rules. If you don't take time out to bandage yourself up and then do your curative magic, if it's not clean, it just gets infected. It's in the rules. And the guy gets kind of pissed off because here's this child saying, "No, no, 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 no. Before you get to do what you want and lay down and get your spells back, you have to do what the game wants, which is treat yourself with respect and treat your body with respect and not be an idiot. Just rolling down in your bloody self in a bloody heap in your knapsack." So David's got a
hilarious.
nice little family there that his daughter just kind of does stuff. And from what he says, she's writing an adventure where we get abducted by aliens and helping with a book on weird monsters. Yeah, sepsis in a game. I love it.
My niece used to be like that, and then she went to public school. She was just a little genius. She went to public school, and it's literally like her IQ was physically lowered.
More than likely, they did drop her IQ.
Yeah, which tells me, worst part about it is, I was homeschooled for all up to the 9th grade, learned practically shit in high school, yet I still know more than most people who actually went to freaking high school fully through. I only know of 2 people who high school actually benefited, and one of them was a screw up in high school. He benefited afterwards and got his life together. So yeah, if I ever have kids, I am going to homeschool them. Sorry, I didn't mean to get political there. It's just that reminded me.
You're not hurting my feelings at all. This is a very political channel. That's why my growth has slowed down a little bit, and I'm not upset about it. I call that curation.
Yeah.
I don't need some guy who's focusing on getting more furries into gaming to look at my channel and be like, "Oh my god, I need to go over there and help them." No, no, stay the fuck out.
Yeah.
David's like, you got to use a healing kit or a medicine check to avoid the exposure to disease, which neither are fun to deal with. The preparation that has to go into these checks, I mean, it takes time, and you still might blow it.
Yeah.
And it's not a D&D sepsis. It's very nasty. It lasts for a while. I mean, it could mirror the real world's version of sepsis, which it's something I'm not wanting to be, but I am familiar with because I had a staph infection, basically the same level of personal danger, administered to me when I was in a freaking hospital at the VA at Audie Murphy. They hooked me up with dirty equipment, basically took a shit, didn't wash their hands, and started touching the various apparatus to shove things into my body with. And like, great. No wonder I feel like crap.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear these horror stories about hospitals and doctors, and I'm like, I only have one bad doctor story. The fucker placeboed me because I told him I had bad pain in my back, and he's like, "Oh, you don't have pain in your back." Yes, I do. No, you don't. Yes, I do. Okay, fine. I'll give you some pills. They did nothing for me. To make sure that it wasn't just me, I put people who had less pain than I physically did at the time, to have them take some of the pills, and nobody felt effects by those pills. I talked to the next doctor, told him what he gave me. He said, no, they weren't placebos, but they might as well have been. They're basically if you stubbed your toe type of pain relievers.
That's not the level of pain relief I was seeking, sir.
Yeah, exactly.
No insurance money for you.
As far as I know, he doesn't work here anymore. He was a big city doctor. I live in a small town. I don't think he lasted very long.
How small are you talking about? I lived in a town of 300 people before I moved out of the birthplace.
Well, it used to be 4,000, but in the last couple of years, it's jumped to 7.
Okay.
So,
popped in today over at another channel while he was painting up some Mantic figurines. He was going to talk about Mantic figurines, and then he got sidetracked. Then I popped in, and I started talking about things, and apparently that I hit some no-no topics, apparently. So I'm just going to have to say, like, if you ever go hang out with Gaming with ADHD, like, you can talk about certain topics, but don't get super political there. And some of his other more loyal, more regular chatters were talking like, yeah, there's people we really like Shane Lacey Hensley, and he wrote Deadlands, and I guess they live pretty close to each other, like two miles away.
Yeah.
Like close enough where like you can invite him over every game day, and reasonably somebody might show up for that because hey, you're running games. But
yeah,
he started talking about another system that I just saw on the internet called Wild West Exodus, which looks like Deadlands. It is not Deadlands. It's Deadlands had a miniature tactical skirmish game years ago called the Rail Wars, the Great Rail Wars.
Yeah.
And I like that system. I never got a chance to play it more than 3 times. It was really good for a miniature game. And nice. I love skirmish games. I really do. They provide me with a bit of entertainment, but I get to learn where my weaknesses are with skirmish games. I falter much worse with those than I do with RPGs in general. And I should, because until you get good enough to win, you basically suck and lose. Well, yeah. I like the Great Rail Wars. I only played it a few times. Want to get back into it. There's no game out there for it. This guy that we know made Wild West Exodus. I didn't know he was this particular individual, but I know now after going on this guy's channel in the chat and just saying, yeah, there's another game that's like it. And Brian from Gaming with ADHD is like, yeah, that game isn't horrible, but because of who makes it, I just won't support it. I'm like, oh, okay. So he's kind of like Coyote and Crow. And apparently you don't say that, Coyote and Crow, or Thirsty Sword Lesbian's Evil Hat. You don't say those things over there because he wants to keep it a positive channel. So I respect that. But occasionally okay. I need to have human examples of like people that your brakes fail and you don't care. My bad.
I normally try to avoid political anything, but like avoiding those topics, it's like, man, that seems a bit extreme.
Yeah.
I'm like you. I don't like doing it, but I'm like you. If you get me on a political topic, I could go on a very long rant. I just don't like doing it. For me, unless the rant has specific meaning, usually it's like I can be doing better things with my time and energy than sitting there bitching about something I have limited to no control over.
Fair. That's fair. That sepsis for Dungeons and Delvers, David says it's modeled after real life infection as best as he could. For about a week on average, you have to make a saving throw daily to reduce duration. If you fail too many saves to shake it, you just die. that sounds like a well done mechanic for a game. It really does.
Yeah. I was considering adding such rules to my game, but I'm trying to keep it. What's Mac's favorite word for cinematic? There we go. I'm trying to keep it as cinematic as possible, so I'm considering adding potential disease rules because I do like that personally, but I don't know how simulationist I want to make the game either. I know I have to a degree, so you're gonna say something.
Then Guile says, homeschool your children. They learn more and there's less time wasted. Yeah, your kids aren't gone from you for 7 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours a day. They're at home. You control the curriculum. The only big trick with that is that you got to learn how to socialize them, get them around other homeschooling parents or families or, some public events where your kids aren't ostracized for how dare you not be involved with our drag show visit to Smiles,
Yeah. I got nothing against the drag people up to the point it's like we got to show your kids this. It's like, no, you don't.
No, we're good.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, Al says, I have to temper myself when I'm on Game with HD. He likes some people that I'd rather put in a wood chipper, but, it's his channel, his rules. Six Nations and David are talking about sepsis. I don't play a whole lot of Warhammer Fantasy, but they have rules for diseases, a check for contracting diseases with modifiers, virulence of a disease against a check against toughness, etc. Which is why I always tell people if you get a chance to play Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, you want to actually say, hey, if we're not rolling for characters, I want to play a rat catcher because rat catchers are awesome. And by the book, they're automatically immune to disease. So no matter where you go, any mundane, non-magical diseases that pop up, you're going to be fine against. 2, you get a little dog. And who doesn't want a little fucking little Jack Russell Terrier? Who doesn't want that?
Yeah.
David
this is interesting. I can watch my own. Sorry.
If you're not going gritty, then don't want to do that. At least not so lethal. So if you're wanting to do more cinematic play, don't do that. And you want to give them a glimmer of hope before crushing their dreams. And David goes back to discussing schooling with kids. You teach them actual useful skills, and compared to now, you can avoid them getting indoctrinated to hate themselves and their country. And you also avoid the groomer clowns.
Yeah. Yeah. What were they? Crap. I'm not. I have no problems admitting, I'm a guy who has to seek therapy. One of the therapists I'm talking to is, so I'm agoraphobic. This particular therapist his job is to help me get over that, or at least deal with it better. But one of the things he likes to talk about is the five self-doubts. I can't remember what they're called. I literally need to have him write it down because it is awesome and I want to talk about it on our streams. It is basically before Europe, like this, according to him, and I still need to look this up to make sure he's correct, that according to him, before Europe conquered most of the world did not have the doubts we have today. Self-doubt, self-hatred, stuff like that. He's a little bit, I have to say, he's a little bit racist towards white men.
Okay.
I will say that right now. Not current white men, previous white men. I have to make that clear. But he talks about these 5 self-doubt. I have to get him to write it down next time I talk to him.
Take care, David.
And see you later. And how if you can get over these 5 self-doubts, you are capable of just about anything. And it's like, I won't 100% agree with him because I know this sounds like self-doubt, but you also have to know your limits. If you don't, you're going to do something stupid. But yeah, that's all I can really say on it because that's all I remember. But it's a really good concept, and I really want to talk about it at some point because it falls in line with some of the stuff you've been talking about the way America is treating its people.
Okay.
Because one of the things I know you talk about is how the government is seeding self-doubt in people and trying to change their minds about things, usually in a bad way. And
well, all of that didn't start coming around till the 2008 election season.
Yeah.
And if you remember that, I'm sorry, but I remember it too. And you had two candidates, one which was a constant liar to the people of America, and the other one which was somebody who ruined my home state. So, I mean, you didn't really have a good choice there. I tried for Fred Thompson. I tried, but I'm one guy in the state of Illinois, and Illinois doesn't vote Republican that often at all.
Well, if you look up the way voting works in this country, I live in a small enough town. Voting for a president literally doesn't matter. I will have no voice. So there has been a few times I've been tempted on getting the ability to vote, but as is, I'll admit I stand no ability to vote because my voice means nothing. Now, if I live in a big city where my voice actually meant something, I might actually see about voting. But out here in the middle of nowhere, no one cares what I have to say.
Well, the one thing I really noticed that America has gotten very big on is we are, for the most part, we're moderate down the middle for the most part until one side or the other does something to really aggrieve the cost of living or the worker caste. And you've got in power right now a guy that he hates the oil field. He hates petroleum. I don't know why. He didn't hate it before. He used the shit out of it before, but now it's like any chance he gets to black the eye of Exxon Mobil and them, he does not seem to value, the way that America primarily functions. I would love for us to have solar powered cars and fusion powered buses and really cool sci-fi stuff going on. I really would. I grew up in
one step at a time, though.
Yeah, it's always one step at a time, and if you don't, you have mistakes.
Yeah, I believe in global warming, but with that said, I also know we can't just drop oil. It would be bad. We have to find a way to work our way out of it, kind of like I don't like this term, but kind of like an addict. We got to find a way to wean ourselves off the oil, not go cold turkey. That is bad. That is just straight bad. I can't even think of what would happen.
There's a lot of people that they don't understand the extent of how much oil is used in the Western society.
Yeah.
If we didn't have oil, if they had pulled us out of oil production, if we didn't accept oil products, this desk would not be here, for one, and two, the television sitting on the desk would not be here because there's petroleum used explicitly in the production of the television set. Everything that I've got my hobby hands on right now was dependent upon oil.
Exactly.
Everything, and a lot of people don't want to think about that. They don't want to wait, what? Yeah, all of your makeup, your glasses, all the lenses in your glasses, all of that requires a bit of petroleum. It's not just you getting from point A to point B. or vehicle emissions that we're talking about, oil is in every aspect of American life,
Oh yeah,
and
even my
everybody else's as well.
I buy PLA filament, which is technically a corn-based plastic, but a X amount of petroleum is still used in the making of the plastic process. They can't just 100% synthetic plant plastics like like a lot of people think they can. There is a certain amount of petroleum product mixed in to help solidify the plastic properly.
It's part of the curing process.
Exactly.
I worked in the oil field for about 8 years, 7 years actually, and it wasn't the full time. There were periods where I would like go work for Uber and wait for things to settle down, because there was a point where oil field the barrel went down to $20 a barrel, and so all of us that were working out of Corpus Christi, like that was when the oil field companies moved a lot of their stuff up to San Antonio, and I thought, well, I'll just move up to San Antonio. I thought that beforehand because I saw the price was creeping down, but then after the last, it seems like everybody that's not moved their headquarters out to Midland or Odessa, they have decided to opt for lesser amounts of production and work, because they're trying not to go out there, and our current environment does not appreciate oil field production so much.
Yeah.
So like this area's Texas is really suffering because we have somebody that just doesn't like oil. And there's a lot of Texans I know that they would love to be able to work, but they're, you can't just convert an oil field guy, most likely with a CDL, either a CDL or a DUI. Lots of DUIs on his record. You get one, it's like you go for 4. I don't understand it. But a lot of these guys are just, they have professional driver's records, and so they will go from being in the oil field and making good money to selling every truck they have and going down to one family vehicle, maybe having to downsize homes, but they will do what they can to not put their family in financial traps, and this area is really not meant for people to you can survive on 70,000 a year here pretty easily with a family of 4, but you're not going out to eat but once a year.
Yeah.
You can make it good. HEB and Sam's and Costco make it to where you should be able to do fairly well, but now you have to make up like some money because the inflation rate's kicked up, so now you need 90,000 a year. And that's why a lot of people I know just they stay in petroleum as much as they can.
Makes sense.
Didn't mean to get it all fossil fuel on you.
It's okay. I kind of brought up the subject, so yeah, just
and yeah, for a lot of green tech and alternatives, you're never getting away from fossil fuels, because the windmills, if you stop providing oil, the windmills stop turning. It's kind of bad that we even use windmills, but that's not something that you see private companies opting to use. That's something on a state level. State level politics is going to that, because that's a guaranteed source of income or a requirement for income, because the windmills always break down. They always need maintenance. They never pay for themselves. Whereas if you have a oil field well site, if you have a refinery, any of those within an operating cost of 7 years should be able to make up that cost. And right now, like San Antonio's got a coal plant that they're bitching that, well, if we spend $1 billion, we can modernize it. And I'm thinking, well, spend $1 billion. You guys have no problem spending billions of dollars on useless people that do nothing but sit on fucking government tit and just have more kids, buy another Escalade, and then they bitch about not making enough money on the fucking company dole. Whereas I have other friends that they're on disability and they're never going to move out of their parents' house. Okay, like where they started is where they're going to end, unless they find a spouse that's made of money it's just not going to happen. Like a lot of my friends that are on disability, they stayed in their childhood homes. You know, that's just kind of how their arc is. They're not useless people. They're just not able to have a job that requires 50 pounds of lifting or even 20 pounds of repeated lifting. They're not going to work for the post office carrying totes. They're not going to work for 3 men in a truck. They're not going to be able to have a job as a trucker.
And there's also people like me that literally has a mental breakdown if stress gets too high. I didn't know I was that bad until I found out the hard way at a job. Though there is a kind of funny and awesome story behind that. Okay, I may have told you this. I know I've told somebody this. I worked at a thrift store for a little while. Literally only 4 weeks, 2 paychecks. Over that time, I did things as I was told and worked as I thought I was being told to work. Like I was being paid a certain amount, and I felt like I'm doing what I'm being paid to do. That's it. Nothing more. When I have the mental breakdown, I yell at my boss. I bite her head off. I yell at my boss's boss. I bite his head off. And then in the middle of the work floor, I literally just break down. And it was so bad I don't remember what happened. Next thing I remember, I'm being driven home by my mother. We worked at the same job at the time, so she was able to take me home. And then I find out the very next day, because my mother went to work and came back, I am welcome back anytime, no questions asked.
Okay.
Despite having such a bad freak out, I was such a competent worker, they'd have me back anytime.
Not a bad deal.
No, and it's like I didn't know I couldn't handle that, and B, I didn't realize I had such a good work ethic. It's like, damn, no, I wish I could work.
Yeah, there's part of you that wants to, and then there's another part that will create breakdowns, and you don't have conscious control of it.
No,
I'm not trying to build an excuse for you.
Yeah, but it sounds more like you understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Got a couple friends that, like my friend Eric, you know, he'll never be on good terms with me because he took me moving away as a personal slight. 17 years ago when I moved out of my hometown of Latham, Illinois. He took that as a slight. And I'm like, I had to go make money. I had to go work. And so I've tried first in Peoria. Didn't have any luck there. I had luck for about 6 months. And then Caterpillar decides to leave. That's the main fucking driving force behind the economy in Peoria, Illinois. They've supplemented that, or they've changed their modus operandi in economic development to the hospitals. The 2 hospitals that cut through, or that the interstate cuts through. When you're driving through Peoria, it's really weird because you're on 74 and you're like, am I driving through the medical district directly? Yes, you are.
Wow.
But
sounds like a pain in the butt.
Yeah, it is. And he hurt himself growing up as it is, but his could have been mitigated. His mother handicapped him. I mean, there's like a forget the name of the movie. Chat will help me out probably, but there's a scene where like this lady's going batshit crazy at her daughter, and she's like, "What happened to the hangers? The hangers!" And she's beating the shit out of like a 7-year-old girl. But that's basically the amount of mental abuse, not physical, that he received. And, you know, he was brought up to think that he was a victim. And he didn't really get started the way others do. He didn't go off to the military like I did. He didn't want to go to school. He just wanted to sit in the basement and smoke pot all day, which I get that. I used to enjoy marijuana. With a job in trucking, That's not a possibility anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. I could end up being in the same position because several things happened to me. Not with my parents, with an outside family member and adult interactions, and we'll leave it at that. And I'm sorry, what?
I was just gonna say, like, if that's about, like, abuse from a family member, like, is traumatic.
He was treated like family.
Yeah. It'll take time, but you'll be able to work through that.
Yeah, I never had now in my case, I never had the victim complex. I had the I never grew up complex. I was mentally locked at the age it happened. And then one day I had a freak out. I was sent to an anger management. This was at school. I was sent to an anger management because I didn't hit him, but over the age of 18, I pinned a kid against a wall. He was under 18. So technically I was legally in the wrong.
You were a student there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
When I was sent to anger management, we got onto talking about a few things, and one of the first things the anger management lady talked about was some of the things about my past, and that's when we talked about what happened. And she showed me a video where a guy was talking about how people in that position tend to be locked mentally in that age. And after hearing that, seeing what he talked about, I literally matured like a full decade. Just almost instantaneously matured. It was really weird.
That's badass. That's really badass.
Well, once I found out what the issue was, it wasn't very hard to just, deal with it. It's like I knew it had happened in the past that whole time. It was pushed in the back of my mind to the point I hadn't thought about it. And then when the video talked about how that can happen, it just made me instantly realize that was me. And then, poof, the 6 to 8-year-old, 18-year-old was gone. And then a full 18-year-old was here again, or here properly. I kind of wish I knew that therapist's name. I would like to send her a thank you letter. So it wasn't until years later I realized what she did for me. Supposed to go there for anger management, and she managed to help me get through one of my most deep-seated issues.
Still live in that area?
Yep.
Shouldn't be hard to find an answer then.
Yeah. If I look hard enough, I probably could find her. I'm also not the most technologically inclined. So looking up information can sometimes be confusing.
Well, don't use Google, use Bing. I recommend Bing. Except for the illegal streams of dark blue. Don't look for Bing to fix that unless you can speak German or Russian. Max is in the chat. He could hang out with us and just translate for us while we watch that in German.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a scene in an elevator between Brendan Gleeson and Ving Rhames. I don't know how that would actually translate to German or to Russian, because the pejoratives used, like, you can't even say the N-word anymore, but that was used in the fucking movie. Once Ving Rhames says it, and then Brendan Gleeson turned it around, and when he said it, it sounded like, being a racist piece of shit.
Yeah.
To Ving Rhames. It's like, wow, I forgot how hard this movie hit.
Yeah.
Badass film.
Oh yeah.
Have you ever seen Dark Blue?
I haven't seen it, but no, but it sounds badass. Admittedly, when I watch movies now, it's basically with you and Janet. 90% of my internet entertainment comes from the internet. Like, just basically watching live streams, and I spend most of my time. Oh no, I spend a good chunk of my time working. When I'm not working, I'm usually watching things on YouTube. Movies don't interest me that much, and even I'm trying to get back into playing games because I miss playing games, but every time I'm ready to play a game, I realize no, I still have work to do. It's like like last time I was on your stream, I promised a Who Let the Dogs Out deck. That ended up going south for a little while because no matter how hard I tried, the recording. I recorded one video that was kind of short but really, really good. I'm like, oh great, okay, so I can record with my OBS on the game. It's like, oh, and then every single one after that came out really glitchy. Sometimes it would skip like 15, 20 seconds because it would just pause for that long. The other day, I finally figured out what settings I needed to do to make it work. So I'm finally getting proper footage recorded.
Good.
Admittedly, it's not the best deck. It can climb the ranking ladder, but it's not the best deck by any means. But I'm working on another deck that's going to be a video that's going to be released. I know I've said several people to this because I think it's hilarious. Magic the Gathering has frogs. So at some point, I'm going to be releasing a Who Let the Frogs Out deck. The only problem with that deck is it's extremely, and I mean extremely janky. It doesn't even have a 50% win rate. But when it works, you crush your opponent under the weight of 1,000, not 1,000 frogs, but like a really, really powerful frog. It can be ridiculous sometimes. Oh, shoot, I'm going to put a little light on that. Yeah. Should have painted that. I think the main theme for my Magic the Gathering videos will end up being kind of joke decks. Like I give them don't, please don't. Oh, you broke in a way I didn't expect. For those who are wondering what I'm talking about, I just dropped and broke my mini. Thankfully, at the base, so I can easily fix the legs. Just got to glue her back into place, but still, it's like, yeah.
It happens.
Well, it doesn't help that it's a 3D print, and which means they have built-in failure. Each individual layer can snap pretty easily. So I got to be really careful with them. That's part of the reason why I'm really looking forward to the sets that I'm getting from Shadow. Since they're injected molded, I don't have to worry about those breaking as easily, I hope. But with that said, these things are just 3D prints, so if I break them, they're not that hard to replace or that expensive. In fact, the one I just broke, if I had to reprint it, is less than $1. I loved 3D printing so much. I've done all the research I can, and one of the best. Unfortunately, the people who made it don't have it for every 3D printer out there, but a lot. Fortunately, they do it for a lot. It's a slicer. You know what a slicer is, Bruce?
No, I don't.
Slicer is the program that you use to tell the printer what path to take with the tool.
Okay.
The reason why it's called a slicer is because I'm pretty sure 3D printers print in layers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when they print, the individual the slicer calibrates the printer and where it's going to go for each individual layer in a sliced pattern. So it's called a slicer. Let's see here. Do I have? I don't think I have any. Bringing up my slicer, see if I have anything pre-programmed in my computer. Like a file I can show you what I'm talking about. Let's see here. These things are really cool.
They want to know if it's plastic or resin.
The one I just broke is plastic. I just, in fact, let's see here. Just got some of my resin 3D printer and the wash and cure station. I have to wait for the resin to arrive because it ordered all at the same time. 3 different packages. I mean, 2 of the 3 packages arrived at the same time. That's just really. This is actually a discussion Burst and I had earlier. That's a pretty cool dragon. What species is it?
Okay, this is my fuck you dragon.
No,
Have you heard of my fuck you dragon yet?
I have not.
Okay. Well, I have players that when I put a miniature down, they immediately start table talking.
Oh my God! Well, what type of creature is that? Is that an audio? Is that a purple worm? What?
And then they start asking me questions while they're table talking about their tactics they're going to use.
Yeah.
And I'm like, excuse me? I rolled a 38 on knowledge magic arcana. What do I know about that thing?
Are you sure you want that answer?
Well, I made the fuck you dragon. This is actually a white dragon. If you look at it, you can see that it's definitely not a red dragon with all the spines and spikes the way it should be. But
I'm
this is
familiar with the. I was familiar with the older dragons where really the black dragon stood out as the most unique among them.
Yeah. Well,
So
this is a white dragon.
So yeah, I didn't
and I
recognize
painted
the shape right away.
I painted it red because I want to have some dragons just be dicks. When they decide to pop in on well-armed and armored people, they've already got a few spells going off. One of them this guy does have a magical signature to it, so if I have a character that's really being cheaty, like I have permanent arcane sight. Okay. Well, he gives off an illusionary vibe. It's a minor spell, but you can tell there's a spell on him for illusions. Big red dragon looks like he's intaking some air right now. What are you guys doing? And then the players, they try to stall like, well, what type of breath is that? What do I smell any sulfur? He's inhaling right now. Roll initiative. And then whenever he belches, it'll be sleet, freezing cold.
Yeah.
Montana weather during like 1978 snowstorm. all to the face, all to your armor, your glass on your hip breaks, that sort of tragedy.
No, you should actually make the snow. You should make his breath weapon more like here in Sandpoint during 2-3 years ago, 3 foot overnight.
Oh God!
Like not just the entire inland Northwest got 3 foot overnight.
Where do you live? I'm not trying to dox you, but
North Idaho.
Where?
Sandpoint to be specific. North Idaho. Sandpoint.
North Idaho.
So I live in the very, very tip of Idaho. I'm so close to the Canadian border, I could spit on it.
Okay. When you said Sandpoint, I thought initially Sandusky, Ohio. Like, no, I didn't hear that right. And then you said Sandpoint again, and I'm like, Rise of the Rune Lords. What are you doing there?
There's a lot of sand points, actually.
Yeah, I realize that now.
It's like my full name. Like if you spell my full, I've said it in chat several times because it's perfectly safe. If you spell my full name letter for letter, you will get a lawyer in New York. I don't even pop up, well, at least on Google, at all.
There's a lot of me, I found out. There's a lot of Lombardos with Bruce as the first name.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think it's funny that the first thing you get is a lawyer from New York. It's like, well, someone's going to have a very hard time finding my fat ass. Not impossible, but hard.
Yeah, that's understandable. But yeah, this is my fucking dragon. The first 2 rounds of combat should be spent panicking and then wondering why your protection of fire didn't work.
Yeah.
And then I replaced the miniature on the table with the actual white dragon fig I've got.
I like the spines in the wing. Or wings, since it's on both, technically. The spines really make it look even more menacing. Because it looks like the last thing you want is to be hit by a wing, which means every inch of this dragon is deadly.
Yeah. I actually like Paizo's dragons. They didn't really differ much from 3.5, but they differed enough.
Yeah. I'm just starting my miniature collection, so I don't know much. And admittedly, most of it's going to be STL files, not actual miniatures until they're printed anyway.
There's 2 places that I'm interested in getting STL files from. My friend Chris is a big fan of Thingiverse, which you can get 2 figures over there, but they're like kind of basic. And then they have a link and you have to subscribe to Patreon and then you get stuff. Well, two groups I like is one, Mantic Games, which they make the game Kings of War.
Yeah.
Looking at my desk for an actual fig of theirs. I'm not seeing it. Okay. This is one of their figures. This is one of their works.
Yeah. I'm going to show off one. Sorry.
No, they have their own line.
Yeah, but this is, like Bruce says, this is basic. She doesn't even have a mouth. But she still is a good design. So I know Bruce just sounded like he was pooping on it. I know he wasn't, just from the way he was talking earlier.
Yeah.
So I figured I'd show off a figure from Thingiverse. Like, yeah, they're still good. It's just
you can find better. Bad. You can find better is what I'm implying. It's like when somebody says, my uncle gave me these old figurines from Grenadier. What do you think about them? And I kind of groan and I look at them and they're like figures from 1982, which they're classics, but like there are certain classic cars that I would much rather leave in a driveway or a museum than get behind the wheel of.
Yeah.
Like, there's like majority of my experience with Grenadier, I'm just going to shit on Grenadier for right now. Grenadier makes blobs of figurines, and they do really good if you have like some sorcerers with the aberration bloodline. They're
Yeah.
really good for that. I would not use Grenadier figs for like my prime figure for my 7th level or 15th level or 20th level game. But if you have a starter game, if you are new to the hobby, if you have no income, Grenadier figures, like any other basic figures, can work really well. And I'm not trying to be a snob. I'm just saying that there are better figures out there, and time has moved on since the 40 years when they started making figurines. You know, that's all it really is. Thingiverse, you can
Yeah.
find some good figures. There's a really cool mosque that Chris printed off, and it has two forms. One is that of a mimic, where the mouth is elevating the roof quite a bit, and then
nice.
yeah, the other top is just a regular mosque with a domed roof. I really like that fig. That's one of the few figs from Thingiverse I thought like, wow, that is great. But I prefer if I want to download files, it'll be from Loot Studios or Mantic Games, and both of them have a Patreon which you have to sign up for.
Yeah.
I gotta subscribe to get this shit. Really? My bad.
I'm a cheapskate. I'll admit it. Of course, I'm also going to, if I sign up for one of those, it'll be one of those I can turn around and print things and sell it without having to worry about repercussions.
Yeah. Kind of where I'm at. I'm not wanting to sell most of my stuff, although I'm thinking about offering packs off of my YouTube.
Yeah.
Where if somebody orders something, all right, you just ordered 20 miniatures off my shelf of this variety. Here's a pre-selected, curated package. Here we go. I've thought about doing that a lot.
Yeah. Was it you who said that? I know someone I was talking to said they had a 3D printer, but they just didn't have the area to put it up yet. Was that you?
That's Chris.
Chris. Okay.
He's the character that plays the druid in my game.
Okay.
He will be doing printing like a fiend here very shortly because he just moved into his new place. They were renting for about 6 weeks, 7 weeks, 5 weeks, whatever. And then their house finally was move-in ready, and so he's moved in.
Question as a painter. Do you know of any finer brushes than the Army fine paint, small detail brush? Because honestly, by comparison to what I want it to do, it feels like I'm painting with a 5 foot wide brush.
This is a Princeton 18-0 round.
Okay.
This is not a super fine brush, but this is like a $10 brush.
That's not bad if it's a good brush. I've seen, not these type of brushes, but I've seen brushes go for a lot more.
This is a Reaper paint brush.
Okay. Yeah, I got them saved in my internet tab. So.
And then I would also recommend Army Painter, the Insane Detail brush from Army Painter. That is
okay.
For its price, it's really good. It's like a $10 brush, but it's very small. Your work will be very fine. You can do hair on Dark Sword miniatures.
Nice.
If you know what Dark Sword miniatures are, then you understand what I just said. Dark Sword miniatures.
Okay. I don't know Dark Sword miniatures, but the fact that you said you could paint hair is already, I know, good, because I've seen some of the ones they have that have real high detail hair. It's like either you paint that really well or it all looks like shit.
Yeah. There's a reason why I don't buy Dark Sword miniatures. I like Dark Sword, but I don't buy them because I don't have the quality of painting that could actually benefit having one of those museum quality figures.
Yeah.
And on that note, Six Nation 31 Kings says those old pewter figs like Chaos Soldiers with bucket style helms and scale armor, low detail but functioning fodder for players. That stuff you get online is light years ahead of it. Yeah. A lot of that stuff from Thingiverse looks like it's like second or third generation GW. And like the first generation of Chaos Soldiers looks terrible.
Yeah. Somewhere, it's going to be a while because I don't have anybody to play with. But at some point, I intend to seek out STL files for Warhammer. And probably both fantasy and um, 40K.
Mhm.
And from what few conversations I've had with GM James, I know the two armies I'm interested in the most: the Orcs and the Necrons.
You'll spend a lot of time painting orc figures. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, the description sounds like you're going to be, unless you want a uniform army, which the Orcs aren't. I'm going to be using a lot of colors with them. Because my understanding is no two orcs are supposed to be the same, especially in Warhammer 40K. I mean, obviously for price purposes and manufacturing purposes there are, but in the lore there isn't. That's my understanding anyway.
I'm pretty certain that GW will make their STL files available, but it's going to be at excessive cost, and it'll be cost prohibitive. Games Workshop does not care. If gamers are not broke, they try to fix it.
Yeah.
I don't understand why they're like that. I mean, this is not a hobby for millionaires. This is a hobby for people who drive GM make cars.
Yeah.
You know, supposed to be the everyman could be able to pick up a book and some miniatures and be able to paint figures and do this. Their demographic, their dream demographic is, you know, the $300,000 a year earner.
Yeah.
And then, you know, it's just folly. It really is.
Yeah. Admittedly, it doesn't help cheapskates like me are trying to avoid spending trying to spend as little as possible. Words. I mean, I freely admit I don't know exactly what's going on in the miniature world, but given the fact that I don't really buy miniatures, I just print them, does not help.
We've got a store here that they have like 30 miniature. They have 30 printers going off.
Oh wow!
Between 25 and 30 printers are going off at all times.
I am so jealous. I mean, I intend to have a print farm at some point. I got to do it slowly, given I'm on a fixed income. But it's like for my printer, I only got it because Elegoo right now is having a almost 50% sale, 50% off sale on their stuff. Like the bundle I bought is over $500 normally.
Yeah.
So
and I might
intend to
go
grow
that route because Elegoo is really good. That's what Chris has. He has a Saturn too.
Yeah. I fell in love with as for a beginner, I can't say about Elegoo because I didn't try Elegoo first. I actually went with a slightly more expensive printer Prusa. With that
Mhm.
said, that thing is practically idiot proof. I can say for a fact, after doing my research, I did a few things that could have damaged it badly. And it just said, what was that? And kept printing. So I like Elegoo already. I haven't actually used it yet, but I like Elegoo from what I've seen online, because especially their 3D printer, especially their resin 3D printers, from what I understand, are really good. But even if this Elegoo turns out to be, I won't say better since it's resin, but really, really good, I'll still be singing the praises of the Prusa.
Yeah.
Only problem with Prusa, I personally don't give a shit. But I know you will never buy a Prusa. They are made, produced, and shipped from a communist country.
Not everybody has to be me, man.
I know, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I just because I don't drink Bud Light doesn't mean that they have to go out of business. It's just I don't got to drink Bud Light.
Exactly.
I'm not even being political here, but Bud Light has never made a beer that I really enjoyed. That Budweiser Bud Light shit. That's like the lowest tier of beer. Like I would rather drink Miller Lite, Milwaukee's Best. I mean, add in Schaefer's, Falstaff. I would rather have any other beer than Bud Light because Bud Light is such a light swill. You get the taste of beer. You do not have an effective beer. And it doesn't even inconvenience you to where you're like, oh, I'm getting fat. No, no, no. You have to have like a 24 pack to have a moderate buzz, and you might need to go run, but that's about it. And it's not a good beer. It's again,
Yeah.
very. And that's fine. I don't want them all to lose their jobs. I'm sure there's some very nice people that work there. I just don't want Bud Light.
Yeah. Well, I'm one of those. You drink light beer, you're drinking water. Flavored water, but you're drinking water.
You know what I put in my Yingling Flight beer?
What?
That. My favorite beer of all time is Honey Brown. Apparently, Honey Brown is no longer a national brand. It's just regional to New York.
That sucks.
Yeah. Because I drank it in Illinois. I was drinking it in Texas for the first 8 years I was here. In 2019, all of a sudden, they make it hard to get. Why is it hard to get? Why am I having a hard time finding this beer? I love this beer.
Yeah.
And I was like, go for me then. Hey, Omanal, how you doing, bud? Omanal, anybody else in chat want to pop in? There's a link in the description, and if you scroll up through the comments.
No. Sorry, I am one drop of paint shy of having enough to finish this, what I was painting. So
Mickey's is that Mickey's as in the malt liquor or Mickey's as in Michelob, Six Nation, 31 Kings? Oh shit! I do have a mead. Holy fuck! Hold on. Let me kill this. Oh God! Don't make you drink the shitty malt liquor, the good old hand grenades. Oh my God! I'm so sad for you.
Silence. Silence, not good. Yeah, I'm currently painting I showed her off earlier, a pirate figure. This is the effective figure I was showing off, saying Bruce didn't mean to make it sound the way he did.
What were you talking about?
Oh, talking about I'm painting that figure I was showing off earlier.
Okay.
Thingiverse.
All right. I'm opening up a Dansk Majod, which is a mead. This is their Nordic honey wine with ginger and hops added.
I don't know how I feel about hops. Well, then again, I don't like the taste of hops. I know this because I don't like the taste of beer. I love the taste of ale, which does not have hops in it. But with that said, I'm willing to try most anything at least once. So if I was there and you offered me a glass, I wouldn't turn it down.
My friend Chris hates hops. He has a he's a racist. He's anti-hops. That's allowed in his mouth. No hops in the mouth.
Well, I don't like the taste of hops, but if you offer me a free beer, I'm going to drink it.
No, he doesn't drink beer. Okay, this is mildly better than the last mead they made. These people fuck up mead by putting hops in it.
Yeah.
The world's oldest fermented beverage made from honey has been a popular drink from Europe to Australia dating back to long before Viking times. One of the earliest references to fermented honey can be found in the Hindus of India's holy books, the Veda books, which date back 4,000 years and possibly even earlier than that. The oldest known recipe for mead to be written down in the Nordic countries was written in 1520 by Archbishop Olaus Magnus. The recipe comprised of water, honey, hops, and brewer's yeast, and concludes that on the 8th day it may be drunk, but the longer is left, the purer and better it will be. Our products are brewed based on a recipe from the year about 1700, and the ingredients are pure, 100% natural, guaranteed free from additives of any kind of honey. Free from additives of any kind. Honey is the major and most important item in the recipe. Serve slightly chilled in a wine glass as an aperitif over ice with fruits, or at room temperature in a port wine glass. It is excellent as dessert wine or for winter warmer. Heat the liquid without boiling and serve in a mug.
Oh yeah, there's a local. I can't remember what it's called. I don't think I got any empty bottles nearby, so I can show you, which is too bad. It's you can either buy it as plain. Hold on a second, I got somebody knocking at my door. I'll be right back.
Omanel, this is 19% alcohol by volume. If I start reciting the Klingon dictionary later on, I got the drunk. Ooh. Not bad. Better than the last one they made. My friend bought all of their meads. And then Chris didn't realize it had hops in it, so he gives me all of his stuff. He doesn't even drink it.
Yeah. Actually, I know you commented on it at one point. I actually made a mead. I got it. Well, it's a little bit early in the season because it's a little bit warm to do it, but I got to make another one. I actually made a sampling video of the first one. I actually managed to get 17% alcohol by volume.
%17 is nothing to sneeze at.
No. And it was. So, I'm going to have to add a little addendum to the back of the video because I didn't realize it until afterwards. When I started doing a little more research, I drank the mead while it was still green, and it was so sweet I couldn't taste it.
That's a good way for diabetes to start. I'm just going to lay that out there. I love mead, but I have to be gentle with it. I can't drink like I want to drink this whole bottle. Like this tastes really good,
Yeah.
but I will have to temper it with an Oktoberfest later. That sounds
Yeah.
so. That sounds like something I would say. I'll have to temper it with an Oktoberfest. I'll have to chase it with a. Let me chase it with a flask of Oktoberfest after I am done.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a darker color on this portion of the wing here,
Nice.
and then I'm gonna do a glossy varnish on the wings, and from this point on the neck up and on the underbelly.
So Bruce.
Six Nations. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I'll let you. Well, I'll let you address the chat first.
He Six Nations says he drinks the Mickey hand grenades when he visits his brother, a holdover from delinquent years. One reason he stays away from
Never heard of it.
IPAs is the hops. Mickey's is a green bottled beer. Stay away from it unless you don't mind malt liquor. One reason I stay away from IPAs, he's talking about the hops. I'll do it if there's a gimme. If it's there, go ahead, I'll drink it. But give me a good Hefeweizen, a lager, an ale, a Golden Bock, anything but a fucking IPA. And then
Yeah.
Blueberry Beeler was a godsend for Omenal, and it turned his son's mother very nice when she had it. We have blueberry beers here very often. In fact, during the harvest season, we get shipment here. I've got to say that if you are not familiar with the blueberry beer, you could get one. It does not taste like blueberries all at once, but you can tell that there are blueberries used in its creation, which it makes it very pleasant.
Oh yeah, the raspberry mead I drink is exactly the same. You don't taste the raspberries, but you can taste that they're part of their creation. It's really good.
Yeah, it's weird to say that, but it actually it's a thing, and you can taste the raspberries.
Yeah, there's actually there's I think it popped up on your Discord. In fact, there's a beer I want to look for at some point, just because I want to try it for two reasons. One, its name. Two, everyone says it's bad. It's like now I have to try it just because. Which is Dragon's Milk. That's the name of the beer.
It's not bad. It's just not great. I expect great.
Oh, you had it.
Yeah. When I see someone says Dragon's Milk on it, I expect it to be badass. Like, I'm shitting fire. I'm doing cool stuff. No. Dragon's Milk was kind of tepid for me, but it will get you drunk.
Yeah.
I don't drink to get drunk. Stephen King called me a pussy because I don't drink to get drunk. If you're not drinking to get drunk, why the fuck even buy the beer?
That'll depend on my mood. Sometimes I'll drink just to have a little drink. Other times I will drink to get drunk.
Very rarely do I seek that. I don't seek drunkenness. I pretty much keep it within check. Within 3 or 4 beers, within like a span of a afternoon or an evening.
Oh, well, with what I just said, I don't go to get drunk unless I have liquor.
Omenal asks, what's the difference between dewberries and raspberries? I don't know, Omenal. If you know the difference, go ahead and post it. I'll look it up.
I know they taste different.
What is the difference between dewberries and raspberries?
I can't tell you what the direct difference is. They taste different. And right off the top of my head, I can't tell you that what they even look like, the dewberries, that is. I know they grow up here. I used to eat them when I was a kid, just wild off my grandparents' property. Same with raspberries, so. So, admittedly, even though I grew up with them, he's got me stumped.
All right. Dewberries are a group of species in the genus Rubus, closely related to the blackberries. They're small, trailing rather than upright or high-arcing brambles with with aggregate fruits reminiscent of the raspberry, but are usually purple to black instead of red. That's kind of cool. They look like a raspberry, but like more purplish black. Stems are weaker, more vine-like, says Six Nation 31 Kings. He also says, soju reminds me of Boone's Farm, but it tastes a lot better. Yeah. A lot of my friends don't really like the taste of soju. They drink soju for that I'm going to sleep soon. Like my coworker John. He loves soju.
Sorry about that. My nephew just came to ask for a Christmas present. I don't mean like he just came in. Hey, whoa, sorry, hit my mic. They didn't come in, oh, can I get this for Christmas? No, I gave his sister for lack of a better term, an anime cardboard, made out of cardboard anime sword. He really likes it, and he wants one of his own. It's going to take me, because I'm doing other things. I'm going to have to work on it a little bit here, a little bit there. So I told him I'll have it for him by Christmas. So, given the fact it's going to be a sword, it's game related. So keep an eye out. I'll probably make a video about it.
Omanal clarifies the Cadbury, or excuse me, Cadwell, Texas has a Dewberry Festival, which is coming up. Not certain if I'm going to go to it. Might if my crew wants to go over there. I know that sounds weird, but I would go do it if my D&D group or if my weekend group wanted to go do it.
Yeah. And I wish I could afford to go somewhere. Like, I admittedly, Texas, in fact, most of America doesn't interest me for looking at, because if I really want to see America, I can. Well, I used to feel like that, I should say. This was back when I thought I'd be able to get a driver's license and actually do things with my life. Now, at this point, I'm just hoping to find a way to at least take a vacation at least once. I've never vacationed before. Of course, technically I'm in permanent retirement, so you could consider it a permanent vacation, but I don't consider being stuck basically in the same location day in and day out a vacation.
Is it the nerdy ogre that lives in Ohio?
I'm not entirely sure.
I think he is. He was the one that was telling us, I believe, about the East Palestine Railroad accident.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting real like colorful with my pirates, like more colorful than you would think they should be for a pirate. But the thing is like mechanically in the game, in my game, because I'm painting these for my game. If you were to wear a colored clothing, chances are it's imbued with a resistance to a particular element or a particular refraction color.
Appreciate that, Omanal. I knew somebody did. And now, yeah, it's Squirrel Hermit. He had to evacuate once the train derailed.
Oh, yeah, I remember that now. Yeah. That was
kind of traumatic.
Yeah, that was when I got my first taste of... That was basically when I stopped going, you were full of bullshit about the government. Because when I first seen you, I like you as a person. You and I don't agree politically on a lot of things, but when you ever talked about the government, you're like, I was literally like, oh, that's just bullshit. I mean, the government's stupid, but it's not that bad. And then what happened to Squirrel Herman and everything he was talking about, it's like, holy fuck, Bruce wasn't lying.
Well, I wasn't that hateful of the government until this time 2 years ago, when the place where a lot of the young men I knew, that young women too, I used to live about 2 hours away from Paris, Illinois, and that's the home of one of the largest reserve groups the Army has.
Yeah.
And that's also like one of the biggest contributors to Arlington's National Cemetery since 2004.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of people that didn't get buried in Arlington. They got buried at home. So I was there for their funerals and such, and was in the gaming community quite a bit. So a lot of these guys, I knew their nieces or nephews or cousins, just from like 1 or 2 visits. But when my lodge said at the time, like, hey, we're going to send you over there because you're young and, you can help with this. And then find out when I get on site, like, hey, we're short of a pallbearer. You're going to help carry caskets. Okay, well, I've got a nice suit on, whatever. But I was doing that for quite a while. And Paris, Illinois is like where a lot of these guys were getting routed out from and going off to the graveyard of empires, which is known as Afghanistan.
Yeah.
And it just, that was when we pulled out of Afghanistan, that was like my fucking like, holy shit. And at the same time, I've gotten sick with COVID. So I'm going into my boss's office like, hey, I might have to go to Illinois. I don't know what's going on. I'm also sicker than a dog, so stay away from me. And then later that weekend, I went to the hospital, stayed in the hospital, and 3 weeks of hospital time. Wasn't really too proud of things. Wasn't really happy. Got out, had a newfound lease on life. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Still really upset we haven't dropped any bombs in China. But the government, has got their political friends over in China, so we can't go to Wuhan and be like, hey, you guys need to stop playing with viruses. No. We're just going to publicly say we're going to stop funding you. Hey, Travis, J1975. Omanel says, the government worker, the issue is political appointees are usually, the rank and file, do the right thing, but the political fuck up, the guy that, he's there because his daddy was a senator or his daddy was somebody else, that tends to be the fuck up in a lot of government work. And I used to be a fan of John McCain till I started delving in on who he was. And after 2007, I was like, I don't support this guy. And then he made it all the way to the top of the fucking heap in 2008 against Barack Obama. And he wasn't a good political appointee, I might say. He wasn't really good at much. His failure rate was really high. He crashed 3 planes. He ruined 3 planes while in the cockpit. One on the Forrestal, and then one in Nueces County Bay during a training accident, and then the third one over Vietnam. He was more successful in putting American Navy planes in a wrecked state than the Vietnamese. If they would have had an army of John McCain's, it would have been really bad for us. I'm sorry. Yeah, and then Omanal says Afghanistan and Iraq are just a slush fund for defense contractors. Yeah. If you want to make $1 billion, be a defense contractor. Yeah. And it's okay for you to disagree with me on things politically. We still see eye to eye as people.
Oh yeah. I'm sitting there going, yeah, because I'm like, I wish I didn't agree with you as much as I did now. Because it's like, man, that is real bullshit.
I wish it was.
No, let me rephrase that. I wish I didn't have to agree with you as much as I do. Because after you start paying attention, there is really no denying a good chunk of what you say. Be it just an illusion that is be it either the illusion on purpose, the illusion by accident, or actual reality. If you pay attention, Bruce is not wrong a good chunk of the time.
What's
I
up,
never
Travis?
know. I never noticed the whole Biden sniffing hair until you pointed it out. It's like, I doubt that's what's actually happening, but good God, that's what it looks like. He needs to stop doing that.
Yeah. There's so many indications that like he's got real problems, and
Oh, yeah.
nobody said we could use a better yes man. We deserve a better quality of yes man, but nobody stood up for America and said that.
I'm going to say this on your stream because I know you're not going to give a shit. Hitler is better to listen to in the way he talks than Biden is. Biden, you'll go to sleep. Hitler, you'll actually listen.
Our friend Omanal comes in from more northern Texas than me.
Yeah,
Omanal,
we're
how are
about
you?
2.5 hours north of you.
So you're in the cold zone then of Texas.
I'm in zone 8. You know, whatever you want to consider that to be. Zone 8A. I'm 8A/B, right at that corner. Now when you started talking about Iraq and Afghanistan, I was big. Yeah, let's go to Iraq. Yeah, we're going to do all this stuff. And then I was there in 2019, and I went, "What the hell are we doing here?" Not only what are we doing here, I felt like we were completely dishonest with the Iraqis, and that we were just trying to milk them for money. And if anyone's ever read the book Confessions of an Economic Hitman, I literally saw that firsthand. I was like, oh my God. So in Afghanistan, anyone that was in Afghanistan knew that Afghanistan was going to collapse like it did. Why? And the whole plan was under Trump is he wanted us out of there by Christmas when all of the passes were snowed in. So the Taliban didn't, suddenly overrun, and we had this big panic. And I have a friend of mine who's an Iraqi translator who still hasn't gotten interviewed, at least last I checked, for over a year. Even though he translated for us, he was threatened with death. He had to escape with his family to Erbil, and somehow our INS doesn't have time to interview him to see if he can come over here to the United States. But they sure do like to process all the people that haven't done anything for this country that come over the border. So, yeah, I'm pretty salty about that.
Oh, yeah.
Good to see that you're doing well, though.
Oh, yeah.
I know that sounds like a backhanded slap at your friend, but like, I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm doing really well. I have no.
I would love it if your friend was able to be here safely.
Well, yeah, he and his family. I just get
if he could just take his family to northern Mexico and then get across the border on foot, he'd be fine.
Well, see, that's the sad thing is, and I find it ridiculous that they, this is a man that literally worked with the U.S. government for years with U.S. soldiers, so he put his life on the line, and they can't find time to interview him and do all this stuff. And so when I started hearing about immigration, I said, okay, let's do immigration reform. Let's start getting the people that we really want here and stop bringing over the people that aren't providing a net benefit to the country. When I saw I said, look, if you take any government assistance, then what they should do is say, okay, goodbye. We aren't going to pay for that. It's such a racket for the whole thing. And, that's the problem I have with it. You were talking about COVID. I finished the book, The Real Dr. Fauci by RFK Jr.
Oh, my God. What a damning book that is.
Oh, my God. Well, it's not just a damning book against Fauci. It's a damning book against the whole CDC, FDA. And the fact of when he's talking about AIDS, it's funny because all of a sudden AIDS kind of just disappeared. How long has Magic Johnson been alive? That's been over, what, 30 years almost?
30 years. 30.
And what was killing him was them giving AZT, and he would, it's a damning book. If you want to go over, like, why should I trust the government? I'm like, okay, why don't you go look, what was the operation where they told Kennedy that what they're going to do is they're going to do an attack in Miami against Cubans to give an excuse to invade Cuba. What? This is our own government talking about attacking other Americans in a false flag. FBI, CIA, and it's so disgusting because I went. These are what is that one guy's name? Andrew Bustamante or whatever, the CIA guy going around. Well, you shouldn't be worried if we're surveilling you. I said, well, you know what? If you used it for good, that'd be one thing. But instead, what you do is you try finding things or you manipulate it and release it to the public to make people look bad. So they'll do whatever you tell them. No, this is exactly why we have a Fourth Amendment and Fifth Amendment and other stuff. It's stop trying to take away these rights. There's a reason that you aren't supposed to self-incriminate. You're supposed to get a warrant for all this stuff. It's to prevent the abuses like what's there. I mean, I really appreciate the founding fathers' wisdom the older I get, and that's what I find says all these people like, oh no, they're just blah blah blah. You need to go look at what these men did, for number one. Number two is their writings to see what they looked ahead at and why they did it. And whenever I have friends over from Nigeria, and they're like, well, that's not what the Second Amendment is about. I said, oh, did you read the Federalist Papers? No. Well, here's Federalist Paper, was it 40, 41, 42? Anyway, I said, it tells you exactly why we have the Second Amendment. If we only had writings from the people who wrote the Constitution telling us why they put stuff in there. If we only had those. Sorry. That's my little political spiel as I'm trying to make 7 pounds of spaghetti sauce here.
I'm kind of
I
hungry,
had spaghetti last night.
I might make a 4-hour trip north to go grab some food.
I got plenty.
I know you do.
I mean, if you came up here, you get the good stuff. I got ribeye steaks in there. It's a sous vide. You just have to give me, a 2-hour notice.
I ain't gonna do that to you, man. You got a big thing going on this weekend? You
Hold on,
got
let
a
me get
big
this
thing
straight.
going on
When
this
I'll-
week, or are you just doing
Sorry.
food prep?
I'm going to go see my parents in Northwest Florida, so that's gonna be a 2-day drive with my son. So
Why are you making 7 pounds of spaghetti though?
What's that?
Is that why you're making 2 pounds of spaghetti or 7 pounds of spaghetti?
No, because that'll last me about 2 or 3 days.
Okay.
Because my family as a growing up is I didn't like pasta, so my mother would just make spaghetti sauce, which was basically thick. The way she makes spaghetti sauce is it's thicker than sloppy joes. With I just use 4 pounds of ground beef, 1 pound of Italian sausage, a pound of mushrooms, half a pound of pepperoni, 3/4 pounds of bacon, a few cans of diced tomatoes. So yeah, and that thing's thick enough that it stands. When I put a spoon in it, it does not fall down. And we're talking a big spoon, not a small spoon. So.
Sounds like a really great time. I don't know about the rest of you guys.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then I also add usually a pound of smoked mozzarella cheese in there, and then just some Mexican blend cheese into there. So at the end, it's enough for about 3 days for me for food.
Remind me if we ever meet and I want to try your spaghetti.
Yeah, I'm pretty much mostly carnivore, about 90%, and that's the 80 to 90%. So.
Yeah, admittedly, I'm full omnivore. In fact, there are times where I will go without eating meat.
Well, if I ever meet a vegan that tells me that I should not eat meat, I'm saying, okay, are you going to pay for my food? Because I have expensive taste, and mushrooms go for $50 a pound. Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, I know. I know
if you get the good ones, the chanterelles.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God, those are great.
Yeah, but I went down to Central Market, which unfortunately I'm an hour north of Austin. But when I do go down there, I can get chanterelles, but it was $49.99 a pound at the time. I once bought a small black truffle for $20, which was 1/10 of a pound. I'm not a huge fan of truffles. They're okay, but they're not this. I don't understand why everyone's like, "Oh my God, they're the greatest ever."
Well, that's sticker shock. The human mind has this weird condition: when something's really expensive, it automatically is better.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen that, but as I get older, I realize. Don't get me wrong. It's like I have right now a bunch of ribeyes in the refrigerator. But sometimes I just want other stuff, like spaghetti sauce. So buy cheap chuck meat or something like that, and for $3 or $4 a pound, and there we go. But I've been trying to get away from processed foods for the most part. So
Good luck with that.
Yeah. Well, I try to. It's not perfect, but it's still better. Basically, I've gone through is like, would I cook with this food? And if the answer is no, then like, okay, I'm not going to buy it.
I'm cutting soda out of my diet.
That's a huge factor, actually.
That will drop pounds off your body.
The only I
Seriously.
still drink sugar-free energy drinks, but no, I'm pretty much cutting soda out of my diet now.
I'm going to say this much, and it's not quite for that one, but I was trying this Body Armor Light, which they use stevia and coconut water and some other stuff. And man, when you're out in this temperature right now at 100,
Sounds good, actually.
106, 107, and it's got like strawberry, banana, and
Yeah.
dates. Anyway, it was really good. I liked it, and I know Bruce has to deal with this, but boy, when you're out in that Texas sun sweating, if you don't get enough potassium and electrolytes, you're going to cramp up, and it's miserable today.
I do my best to stay flooded on electrolytes.
Well,
Oh yeah,
yeah, go ahead.
I know the story about being dehydrated. All right, anybody here know what a barter fair is?
Oh, what?
A barter fair?
Not quite. No.
It's the modern version of a hippie gathering.
Oh, okay.
Fair enough.
In the middle of it, I know Bruce already mentioned marijuana. I smoked so much marijuana, I fell asleep in the sun with black pants on.
Ooh.
Not a
I
good
had
day.
bad heat stroke. Here's the funny part. Even though I had such bad heat stroke that I missed basically the entire barter fair, I still had a shit ton of fun.
Oh,
Because people were still coming up, hey man, how about people were still coming up talking to me. They as soon as it got around I was sick, people were being super nice, like coming over and talking to me. I did not have a dull moment at all.
I'll say this much: as when this political, not real world, online, I find most people are pretty decent, even if we disagree politically. As long as you treat people with respect, they tend to return it. It's all these crazy people that have only been to college and never gotten out in the real world that are completely nuts.
Yeah.
Fine,
agree with
if
that.
someone disagrees with you. The problem is you, not them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's hard to tell people, but it's truthful. It's all right. Let's see. Well, Bruce, I will say this much. I had a girlfriend one time I made my pizza sauce, and she came back and told me it's not pizza. It's not spaghetti sauce. It's pizza sauce because you put all the same ingredients you would in the pizza. Went, yep, just minus the bread.
That sounds really good. I'm sorry, I'm going over the ingredients again on that, and that sounds really good.
Yeah,
where is that Rogers Honey Farm at? Because I'm Googling it, and it's coming up Arkansas. Is that where it's from?
It is about, we're joking about Caldwell. It's about 20 minutes north of Caldwell. It's about 10 miles southeast of Temple.
Is that in Rogers, Texas, on 190?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Hey Bruce.
Yeah.
You saying you liked different paints from War Paint, the War Army Painters speed paints. What's your favorite paint?
I'm not an Army painter guy at all.
Yeah,
I will.
I know you said
Army,
that.
I will use Army painter paint, but I only really buy their tones. The tones they sell are really good. Nothing against the people at Army Painter, but their pigment separates too fast, and you have to consistently shake it up. Have Taylor Swift over here dancing naked for you. Shake it up, and let her get your paint ready for you, because like you'll have to do so much shaking of that little 2-ounce bottle that it's not worth it.
You just need to find someone with epilepsy. Then you'll be
Yeah,
fine.
I do. I need Michael J. Fox needs to come and paint with me. This is what I use. This is
Or you could
Reaper.
just I would say, or you could just let me be there and then smash my fingernail.
MSP.
No, literally that happened to me. I ripped my fingernail off and I went into a full seizure.
Ooh, wow.
Not good. Not good. My paint collection, which I'll just pan up to and be done with it. 90% plus is Reaper.
Ah,
Okay.
Okay.
What do you think of
Re-
Vallejo? Because I have some of those and I haven't had too many problems.
It's the only brand of paint I like better than Reaper,
Okay.
but
yeah.
it's not local.
Yeah.
So I'm going to support our boys from Texas.
No, I commend you on doing that. As long as it's a good product. I've paid more for some things in the United States. What's interesting is I think Vallejo started in the United States and they sent it off to Spain later.
Yeah, they're in Spain now. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not upset about it. I have no
admittedly,
problem
I'm a-
with Spain.
sorry.
I could tell you guys a lot about Rhoda, Spain,
Mhm.
but I'd rather keep part of that secret because part of that needs to stay as part of my brain. But Rhoda, Spain, a lot of fun. Palma de Mallorca, amazing nude beach. I really like Spain, but Vallejo, as much as I love Vallejo, these guys are our hometown heroes, and I really love Reaper.
That's
So-
I mean that's good to hear. I like the fact of it, whether I agree with things or not. Is I agree with you on it's a lot nicer to support local stuff than it is international.
Mhm.
Even if they're slightly better, I'm like, okay, look, I like some of these, but oh, look, it's in Texas. I'd rather go buy that. I'm not a huge fan of it, but if I was going to buy things, I'd rather buy. Well, you were talking about Bud Light earlier. There's one right here in Temple that has Bud Light. I'm going, well, these people might get laid off. And what gets me about it is, and this is where I get really mad. None of these people, they could get sued. Well, no offense, if I lost $27 billion, I would sue her and say I fired her. And she can sue me for $1 million, even if I lost a couple million, fine. At least it would show that, I was doing something proactive. But they are so terrified because they're like,
Yeah.
oh my God, Vanguard and BlackRock might not invest in me.
It's the Gestapo.
I'm
BlackRock and fucking all that bullshit on fucking K Street is the Gestapo. The ESG shit, it's basically anti-white male. It doesn't matter what minority you are. If you're not white male, they're going to want to fucking throw money at you.
Oh no!
But
no,
if you're white male, they want to
unless
tax the
you're
shit out of you.
Asian, if you're Asian, then they want to discriminate against you more than they do against whites.
The people who are picked on in the Asians, the only ones picked on more than the Asians are the indigenous Indians.
Well, no,
Because
but I mean,
no. And I'm saying that from the standpoint that the indigenous Indians, we no longer have Cleveland Indians. We're getting rid of all the Braves and all the Indian-inspired stuff. That's going away. Their history is being erased.
Well, here's what gets me. Most of them didn't care for number one. Number two is I have a friend on the reservation in Canada. And I said, well, do I call you first person or whatever? He's like, call me an Indian, damn it. It's like, fine. Because that's what they refer to themselves as in English. And then the other part is you don't emulate or you don't name your teams after things you don't respect. That's what gets me about it. Is I don't name a team Braves because I think that it's stupid. I name them the Braves because brave means something. It's not that you're a coward. You did something. That I think that's what gets me so mad about a lot of these is that they're afraid. They're afraid of saying, I'm like, no one picks a team as a joke for the most part. I mean, there are a couple of them, but no, it's meant to be fun. It's recognizing that they did stuff. The whole thing with the Redskins, it's like no one really cared. When they tried taking the Seminoles away, the Seminole Nation had to go against the NCAA.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I actually know a few people from. I personally, not enough Native American to really get a skin in this argument, but still,
Yeah.
I do know a few people who do, and they actually felt insulted that those were being taken away. It's like,
Well, it is insulting. This whole idea that you can't culturally appropriate people. I mean, look, cultural appropriation, you don't appropriate bad things. You appropriate the good aspects of that culture. And guess what? I know Bruce remembers this from the 1980s. Crafting Gainer, I don't know how old you are, but in the 1980s, do you remember the whole Japanese? You're like, oh my God, the Japanese are the best, which is why Oriental Adventures came out, which was one of the best source books for D&D. Everyone I was around was like, we want to play samurai, and I don't want to play another white paladin. I want to play samurai. I want to play Kensai, Bushi. Yeah. Everyone wanted to be that way because they made them awesome. The same thing when second edition came out with Maztica. Maztica came out. I was like, oh, cool. I want to create some characters, for this.
I'll play Spook Jaguars.
Yeah, exactly. If you make things cool, people want to play it. I'm really disappointed they've never done anything with Africa because everyone's like, oh no, we can't touch Africa. Dude, there's so many cool things in Africa. Why don't you bring that out too? Instead, we just get Egyptians. That's about it. Which, despite whether people like it or not, Egyptians are basically Mediterranean. They're not sub-Saharan African. Sorry to disappoint you. Cleopatra, we have pictures of some. Well, to be fair, Cleopatra was Greek. They want to act like that. And when I was in Iraq, I thought it was funny. All these people talking about, these brown people, and why are they whiter than I am? I knew several Iraqis that were very pale. It's like, no, it's not. It's not. These people just don't understand. They think it's monolithic. They think people act monolithic, and then they're all shocked. Was that up in Michigan? All of a sudden, the Muslim, the Muslims got elected into the school board, and then said, "No, we're not doing this LGBTQ stuff." And they're like, "Well, we were your allies. You go against their very beliefs, you idiot. What did you think was going to happen?" And to be fair, I've actually found, over time, that when I was in Afghanistan, we talked all things we weren't supposed to: politics, religion, money. I was sitting there with Iraqis, with these Afghans. We were all discussing this as human adults with different viewpoints, and we were talking as hey, tell me what you think. What did you see? No, we can't do that. Stop talking to these people. If you talk to these people, you're a bad person too.
Call me a bad person. I don't give a shit.
I'll talk to anybody because part of it is what they're afraid of is people start talking to each other and find out they have more in common. And that's the thing I loved about role-playing games for years and years. We didn't care what you were. We just cared that you weren't a dick and that you wanted to play role-playing games because we never had enough people. Like, oh my God, we found another gym out here in the middle of nowhere. Yes, play D&D with us or whatever, whatever role-playing game it was. That's the way I was. And now these people,
here.
You can't play with that person because they're this. You can't play with that person because they're this. You have to have a person of color. Okay, I'm multi-ethnic. What the hell does that mean to you?
I literally have a black cousin.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's a lot more common in the South than people want to admit. You get.
I'm in the North.
Well, yeah. Well, no, I meant in the South. Despite what they say, is a lot of people were related to each other, and they didn't look anything like they were related. They're like, oh yeah, that's my second cousin. Like, okay, we had the same grandfather. Oh, okay. Apparently, he got around a bit.
My best friend Janet. I mean, if you ever listen to her talk about her dad, my dad was the son of a preacher. He had 5 daughters. We don't know how many sons he had.
Oh.
He was in the army. He went places.
Oh. Yeah.
It's one of the best laughs I've ever had in my life, having her on the stream.
Does anyone remember the King of the Hill, where he went over and found his Japanese brother?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Wasn't a big fan of King of the Hill, but that was actually a good episode.
I you know what? I appreciate King of the Hill for what it was, but I was like, okay. And unlike normal comedies where people get too old, it's a comic, because it's a cartoon. You don't have to age your characters. They'll never have to age out.
No.
Yeah.
And the stuff that they would bring up, with Mike Judge, I really enjoyed Office Space when I was working at Dell. I had a friend of mine that hated Office Space because he was working at Dell. It was like, it's like being at work. I know, that's why I find it so funny. All right.
I love that movie. That's one of my favorite films now. But back in the day when I lived in corporate hell,
yes,
it sucks because it's like you go see this movie and you're supposed to be having fun, but you're putting like that's Jameson. Jameson does that shit to me every day.
yes. Well, it's one of the things that come in there. Part of it just comes down to, all these people want more regulations. And I can say that because I worked in the regulatory, and I will never work regulatory again, just because it was. Oh, we'll scream and yell at you and threaten to do money, but if you threaten to just say, okay, I'm walking away, you can have it. All of a sudden they backtrack real fast. Like, oh no, we don't want to be responsible. Oh, okay. How about you try working with people? And some of it was like, why did you give a license to these people if they can't follow the rules? Why don't you just simply say you have violated the license? It's going to be put up for auction, and you'll get the proceeds from whatever that auction is if you don't conform. To me, that's the better way of doing it. But no, they don't want to do that. We used to sit there like, oh my God, all the stories about one guy, he bought a dam, and then he wanted it as his own personal use. But that's not what it was part of the license. To have the license, you had to keep it, you had to keep like the upstream open for recreation and a few other things. And man, he fought with the locals. He went to jail. At one point, he lowered the lake, and I talked to the people. I said, why didn't he get a performance bond? And Rich, you know what a performance bond is. If you can't do something, then the bond company has to come in and fix it.
Correct.
But here we are in a regulatory commission, like, oh, what's a performance bond? What the hell do you mean you don't know what a performance bond is?
What do you wait? Those people said that?
That was the people in my office that were like, what's a performance bond? Oh my God, that should be one of the requirements before we even let them work on a dam. Because this is what the guy did. He lowered the lake 8 feet. So, of course, everyone that owned a house along the lake was really aggravated. And then he did a certain amount of work and then, quote, ran out of money. And so he kept them hostage by making sure that they had almost no lake until they gave him more money.
Are you talking about Canyon Lake or Medina?
This was actually, I believe, up in Michigan or Wisconsin.
Okay.
No, this was a whole different thing. But this was a guy, he was an architect apparently, and he bought a dam and didn't know what he was getting into. And they just went round and round with him. Like they told him to put up, like he decided to put up fencing. And he didn't put up like regular chain link or anything. He put up like these really high deer, like the stuff that you put around a motor pool with barbed wire and everything else. And they're like, you can't limit the access to the people who live along the lake. And he just went round and round, got into a fight. Apparently he broke some guy's window. So the sheriff's department arrested him. In the middle of the night, he put something so people couldn't put boats, along the lake. And so in the middle of the night, someone came in with a blowtorch and cut his line. Oh, yeah. They were just giving, this is just so much easier if you wouldn't fight with everyone. But basically he had the entire neighbors, all of his neighbors just hated him. And of course, we're going back and forth like, this is what your license says. Why don't we revoke the license? Oh, we can't do that. We can threaten him with fines, but if he can't pay them, then what?
Well, Six Nations has a question. Do not folks survey the land and get the information from the engineers to decipher said survey? Do they not understand what they're buying?
I will say this much, and unfortunately, since I am an engineer, the first thing I did when I bought my farmland was I looked for the 100-year floodplain. Boom. I looked at my easements. Okay, there's a water line in the front. There's a road. There's a power line in the back. I said, okay, I got utilities if I need them. I got a paved road right there. All right, that all looks good. I had no problems with it. I had no problems with that. But man, all these developers have been coming in, and their easements, and they don't pick them up. And what gets me about it is some of the easements were the solar panel companies. Fortunately, they have money, so they can fix things. They probably took out a couple of 100 feet of a dam. Now, it really wasn't that tall. It was only like 1.5 feet for the part they took out, but it was 400 feet long. And then we came back and said, how are you going to fix this? I'm like, oops, we're sorry. And then I told when we talk about local elections, one little side note, especially in Texas, you have your soil and water conservation districts. Make sure you vote in those elections. Only a couple of 100 people vote in those. And you have a lot more power than you realize because no one votes in those elections. Well, why not? And they'll determine what goes on with your, with these dams and things like that. And it's amazing on how people just don't vote, and then they complain. Well, voting doesn't matter. Did you vote in this election? No. Okay, so you didn't even try. I mean, if you get a couple hundred votes for something, and you go down to your local, church or something, and you get people all going, and you say, "Look, I will drive you down there to go vote," or something like that. You can turn an election very easily in these small elections.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't understand why. Okay, fine. You can't affect things at the national level, but just like in Texas, your county commissioner determines to which roads get paved. Did you vote for your county commissioner? No. Then stop complaining that you have potholes in your road. Oh, geez. I know. Sorry, that's my little soapbox for stuff.
Dude, that's a good soapbox. Why are you apologizing?
Oh,
Like you're sprechen mean language.
I just want to.
I don't vote, and I'm 100% on board with Omen with what Omen Zahal said.
Well, you should vote. Is the point? But look, your votes aren't going to matter at the national level in many cases. They will if you can get a big group back and forth, but that takes very organized, much higher. But man, you live in a small area, or even things, your city councilman. That's why I don't like large cities. Okay, I'm in a fair-sized city, but if I get my property, I would be in the city of Moody or just outside of it. At that point, I only have to deal with 2 or 3 people. I'm dealing with my tech stop person right now, and I'm trying to keep her on the good side, but my contractor won't put in an entrance. I mean, I paid him. I'm waiting for him to put it in. He's like, "Well, I just hired my concrete crew," and I'm about ready to say, "Look, you give me a discount, I'll get my son and myself out there, and we'll help you out with the concrete." You order it, you tell me where to put everything, we'll be good. I can do that. I just want that thing.
Sorry.
What?
I want to make sure I take a really good picture of this one miniature.
Okay.
Her paint job isn't amazing, but the 3D printer, because it's obviously a filament, not perfect for printing miniatures. I gave her a bone handle and bone guns, and because the filament isn't perfect, it looks badass.
Oh, cool.
So I've got to take a good picture.
I think filament does best is terrain. If you're just building terrain, it doesn't. I think that sometimes we get so perfect into this. For miniatures, I really do like.
Well, I'm not looking for a perfect miniature. I'm just. The reason why I bought my resin printer is because it prints miniatures better and easier.
Yeah. Oh, I don't disagree. Don't get me wrong. The quality's really improved on that stuff, and I like the fact that you can build certain parts, or prototype things. But man, I hate saying this. I grew up in the era. Well, I'm sure that we all did. But when I was a kid, I didn't have a lot of money. I did actually fairly well for myself at a young age, but I didn't have a lot of money, so I had no problems using cardboard chits. The old BattleTech, standees. Let's fold them in half and put them on a, the little 6-sided base. Let's go for it. That's why when I see people, well, you have to play with miniature, you have to do this. No, you don't. I think that Mage's Musings with his Order the Stick minis are just perfect. Because you don't care. You don't care if someone treats them roughly. You're like, okay, just print out another page, fold it in half, and glue it together. There we go. Okay, we're done. Let's go. There's something to be said for that. I say this as someone who loves to get miniatures. I just haven't sat down. Probably just don't want to do all the paint things. I do like my airbrush that I had. My friend clogged it up. I'll have to clean it out someday. I like the airbrush for the base coats. Man, that speeds everything up. And then if you get the bigger miniatures, I think it does some pretty cool stuff with it as well. But that's the other problem here. In Texas, it gets so hot. It's like what, 106 today, 104? You do that outside, paint dries before you can even put it on the vehicle. It's great during the winter, though.
Unfortunately, this year's been kind of mild around here. The highest we've gotten is 98.
That's good. Well, we had a pretty mild winter, spring. The spring was actually really nice, at least here. Corn was growing up really nicely and everything else. And then I met my farmer today, And I said, well, how many bushels per acre are you getting? He says, oh, about 75 of there. Oh man, I heard people getting 160. So we'll see.
Yeah.
So we'll find out. If I can get 120 bushels an acre, that would still help me pay off the land. So I can probably get it done in a few years. Maybe in 10 or 15 years instead of the 30 I have it in right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always good.
We
Yeah,
What's up,
it's
Bruce?
always good. Sorry.
No. All I was going to say was that we had standees growing up. There was a bunch of D&D box sets that came out for basic D&D back in 91, 92. And they always had miniatures included. Not miniatures, but you get standees. You get a fucking butt ton of standees.
Yeah.
And so for like the towers, the goblin set, the dragon set, you always got standees. And it was nice. So we used that, and that was what we used at the very beginning. That was our game.
I'll tell you this much: if you have limited space, those skinny minis. I'm not a huge fan of their art, but I like the idea of the skinny minis. They're basically acrylic standees with the pictures on them. I was like, oh, that's really cool. Plus, they're not that expensive. You can drag like hundreds of hundreds of standees with you, and it doesn't take up a lot of space. I'm supposed to go over to Weird War Gaming or Weird World War II Gaming. Anyway, Brian, I'm supposed to go over there on Thursday to go play some miniature games with him. So,
this is actually my first foray into miniatures. Up to this point, I always liked playing with a battle mat, but I didn't have a good one until recently.
yes.
But I always just make a little map on paper, then mark X's on the paper as you moved.
Yeah.
And it made me desperately want miniatures, so I quickly started using garbage basically for miniatures. And then I kind of, because I haven't gamed in a while, I won't say lost interest, but it just like kind of went to the back of my mind until I started seeing Bruce use miniatures again. It's like, now I know why I was so interested in using miniatures as a kid. It's like, I won't say the reason Bruce does it, but part of the reason why I like miniatures is because I have literally had the argument. I wouldn't be standing there in the beginning of battle. According to what you guys described, according to the description of the scene, that's where you were. That's not where I was standing. There's no possible way.
You know
and
what?
I not having. Let me just finish this. I not having the big balls that needed to be had for GMing at that point. Just kind of okay.
I was the sad guy that was yelling and screaming about that. No, sometimes we did have a fight, but as I've gotten older, I've noticed both. How do I want to put this? At first we never trusted each other, and because we didn't trust each other, we used the rules as a way to, get the game in our favor. As I'm getting older, I'm like, you know what? That's not where I really was, but look, let's just play with it. Okay, if you said you weren't there, then let me change what's going on. Because it's a game. I'm there to play. Don't be a pain in the ass. If you don't like the game, and don't get me wrong, there's plenty of games I haven't liked. I was like, you know what? This game isn't for me. Shake everyone's hand, say thank you very much, and you go on with your life. You don't tell them to change the game for you. You say, hey, look, this just isn't working out. The other thing is, in the future, you might want to go play with these guys again, or maybe maybe they're interested in trying something different. And you go, yeah, why burn your bridges? I think that's, I'm not 21 anymore. I'm 50. I'm not going to, I got better time. I got better things to do with my time. I'm going to hang out with people I like. I'll hang out with, at one point we were hanging out with 16-year-olds. I knew his mother, because I worked with her, but he would come over, we'd go play D&D, and then we had myself, who was like 45 at the time. We went to okay, fine, let's go through with it. But I'm not going to fight with it. Either way, like whatever you want to do. The biggest thing I don't want to do is, look, I don't want to be the person that gets the D and go, I quit. I don't want to play this anymore. It's not fun for me. I have a friend of mine, I've been trying to get him into other RPGs. But some of it is, people love their mini that represents them. They don't care about the orcs looking like orcs, but they want that tiefling to look like their tiefling that they imagine. All right, that's fine. And I have to deal with that. I love war games. I do. I grew up with them. I love the plastic stuff that came out. So my father was, an Army officer, so I always wanted big battles, and that was the one thing that I missed. Because you could never find chainmail rules when I was a kid, but D&D didn't have what I could do big sweeping battles. And now I'm older. I'm like, well, I don't really need miniatures for that necessarily, but I do like relative positioning. To me, this is why I like the ones that do zones. I think Free League and Conan. Look, where are you? Are you within reach? Are you close? Are you short? Are you long? Are you extreme? That's all I need. Where's your relative position? Are you behind him? Are you in the side of him? Or are you in front of him? Okay, we're done. I'm not counting squares. I don't want to have to fight with that. But no, I agree with you. Man, when we spend 50 minutes arguing over a rule or positioning, instead of just playing the game, you're not getting anywhere.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just responding to some stuff on Discord.
Oh, okay. And I hate saying this. Not that I remember it as bad, but poor Chimerian seems like he's been raped in RPGs. Every time he goes through this, he's like, "Well, I'm in my therapist for session 45 where I got bad touched by the DM." Which is why his rants are hilarious, but I understand that. Though he and I went at it one time, up to the point where we played each other's games, even though we were arguing back and forth about things. So, yeah, I like Chimerian when he does that. But unfortunately, it just seems like he works too many hours to really have a good game in.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I was actually at one point I was talking to Kai and Bruce. I think it was not this last Saturday, but Saturday before, where I was talking to. I was not on the show. I was in the chat, and I mentioned the fact that I'm fully prepared for a Kai rant, and Kai's like, "Oh no, I haven't found anything to rant about in your book." I built myself up to hear a Kai rant to the point I was like, "Oh, that's a little disappointing."
Almost everything that Kai actually mentions is things that it's just about bad DMs who have done him wrong. That's when you listen to it. What it really comes down to is the DM is not working with the players. They tend to either work against the players, or it's like, well, this is the adventure I want to play. You're going to play it whether you like it or not, no matter what you do. And I said, I like having a story, but I can move my story around. Okay, I'll have a grand plan, but if you guys want to do something that's more fun, at the end of the game, it's a cooperative role-playing game, even if you're not the DM.
Yeah.
Or if you're the DM, if you cooperate with the players, and as I've gotten older, instead of me trying to hide everything in the background, I'm like, describe the city. They're like, well, it's such and such suggested. Here you go. Come back to me and fill out all this paperwork for the city. And the players kind of love that, but man, once they get into the world and they realize that they're doing world building with you and understand that you have the right to veto or to alter things, they get really involved. And then it's their world, not just your world. And I think that's important is to have that buy-in from players.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay. Tell me about your village over here. Can you do this? And like, aren't you going to veto stuff? No, as long as it sounds cool and it doesn't give you unreasonable advantages, we'll go with it. Okay. Maybe it's a far off land. Okay, you describe that. All right, go. I that's why I look at some of this stuff and this whole, like I said, when I was young, I used to check everyone's character sheet to make sure they did it correctly and blah, blah, blah. And I've been running in Bo Peep's Minis game. Like, could you just create the characters for us? Because I don't want to have to do that. He's like, no, I'll do a template. Then you fill out the rest. I went, I hate character creation in GURPS. The system's okay.
That's such a bland ass. I hate GURPS. I'm sorry, but I just don't like that game.
The system isn't too bad, but man, I just hate character creation. And normally, yeah, it's great if you want to min max everything, but can't you just create me a character and just hand it to me? This is what I'd like. And I know that you guys did this in Table Breakers, but and I was trying to tell Connell and Shadow, just give everyone a pre-gen, but you tell like if you tell me, well, what do you want to play? I want to play an archer. Okay, I'll create an archer character for you. I get to pick everything. You're trying to learn the system. That's great. I won't overcomplicate you. We're not going to try figuring out how to min-max everything. And not only that, it's the DM. I know what your characters are capable of, and I can create an adventure. If you know that there's a locked door, I'll make sure there's a thief that can open the lock, or someone has a key, or I'll put a key somewhere. Something in there where they can where they don't feel like, oh, I picked all these skills and I only used one of them. Yeah, I know. Nope, I'm going to put stuff in there.
Jade actually suggested I do pre-generated characters behind the scenes. I mean, I know that that's not something he's going to care that I talk about. But, oh no, he's back.
Oh.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Anyway, and that's exactly what I did. I have technically 8 OCCs, but one of them is a freelance. 2 of them are technically kind of the same, just different, a little bit slightly different setup. But one is military, one is, well, technically Navy, and the other is freelance or a pirate.
Is this Robotech or is this Rifts?
Oh, this is neither. This is a creation. This is my own Frankenstein's monsters.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. When you said OCC, I was like, okay, occupational character class.
It's Palladium.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
I'm so used to calling them OCCs. I decided to I might change it, but I'm pretty much just as complicated Palladium as I call them, a professional occupation professional character occupation.
Hey, David, how you doing, sir?
Yep. So it's a PCO. I know.
Yeah.
Well, what you should do is just rearrange it so it's POC, and then everyone's like, person of color? No, damn it, it's your character class. No.
But I created all but because this is because what I wanted the sorry, energy drink kicking in with a little bit of a pain reliever because I got a bad back. I set up the what was it? Oh yeah the character creation, doing creating characters. So what I decided to do was for this, because the main focus of the game is supposed to be pirate-like campaign.
Okay.
I avoided the military style character and did the 7 others, which is pirate, marksman, chef, shipwright, sunkin, and refractionist. Now, all of them are self-explanatory except the sunkin and the refractionist. I don't know if you were here earlier. The sunkin would be in D&D the paladin.
Okay.
The tank that can heal. That's kind of what I built them for.
Okay.
And the refractionist is the wizard.
All right. I'll tell you this much. I've been going through Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition, and I've been liking a lot of the stuff. And as a kid, I hated randomness. I just hated it. And now I'm older. I'm like, you know what? Random lets me know is okay. I don't know what I'm going to get. It's kind of like the what are those jelly beans from Harry Potter, where they can be good, or the jelly bean boozled. If anyone's ever had those.
Oh yeah, I did. I had one box. As soon as I ran across one of the funky flavors, I was done.
Yeah. Well, my son actually would eat them all.
Ugh.
Well,
Ugh.
no. Well, he's like, uh-oh. And he'd pull them out because he thought it was funny. Little boys find this stuff hilarious. It's like, and the more reaction you have, the funnier they find it. So
yeah.
He's like, ooh, this is butter popcorn, or it can be rotten eggs. Let's see what it is. And he's like, and then you watch his face. He's like, and then he would do it again. He's like, all right, let's see what's going on. He'd spin it around. I got him the Bean Boozled extra hot with it, Carolina Reapers and stuff like that one.
Yeah. I can't honestly. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
But I can't honestly throw too much shade on this subject. I drink my favorite energy drink is a Warhead sour lemon, and I know plenty of people sour watermelon. I know plenty of people who said that there's no way they could drink an entire can of a sour drink.
Well, you know what? I like sour. I do.
Oh, same here.
That said, I'm not a big fan of alcohol. I don't like the way it makes me feel. I could have a little bit, but when you guys were drinking, like, look, if it isn't Pennsylvania Dutch eggnog, I'm not touching it a lot. Like, I'll try.
That is a very specific drink. Do you understand that?
Yes, I know. Well, exactly.
Okay.
Well, but it's actually pretty good. But even then, I would do just enough to coat a bottom of a shot glass. Just enough, just so you can't see the glass underneath, and then I would have that little amount. That's why when everyone's like, "Here, try something," I'm like, stop giving me so much to drink because I'm going to toss it at a certain point. Oh, I'll tell you the one I did not like, which I liked the flavor, but I did not like the impact, was Goldschlager. The cinnamon fireball or whatever it is, and it burns.
Yep.
Anybody here know what a Raging Incredible Hulk is?
No, I don't know.
No, never heard of that.
It is a local, at the very least, a local mixed drink. Now we're talking 5 different liquors, and enough flavoring that you don't taste the alcohol.
But
and it's usually served in a pint glass. That's the reason why it's called a Raging Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, but what I'm laughing at is, then why would I do it? It's just like everyone like, well, you don't taste the alcohol. One is I can taste the alcohol. I can smell it. I can taste it. But then the other one is, but if I don't taste it,
there's people like that. So.
But then the other part of me goes, why don't I just get a regular lemonade? It's cheaper and I don't have to worry about it, and I can drive.
Yeah. Well, the point of this story is the fact that I now told you how it works, how much alcohol, how big the damn thing is.
Sure.
Someone gave me one of those, did not tell me that it was alcoholic. Not tasting the alcohol, said, "Oh, this tastes good." And he's like, "Oh, well, have some more." And I, not thinking, it was also a buddy of mine, so I was kind of being a jackass, guzzled the whole thing because it was his drink.
Oof. Oh, man. Bruce, that's actually looking pretty good for your dragon there. Just how big is that?
It would be considered a gargantuan figure for most D&D from 3rd edition on.
Yeah. Well, I was just wondering, whether the dimensions on it or so.
This is actually like probably 12 inches or 10 inches for the wingspan. Okay. It requires a 4x4 base.
All right.
I'm gonna gloss this in 2 separate parts. Hey, Bo Paints Minis, how you doing, sir? I'm gonna gloss it in 2 separate parts because I got to do Bo. These sides, the wings and the head and the neck first, and then I can get down here where I'm holding on to it, rubbing the paint off with every fucking time I have to hold it.
So, I mean, what it reminds me of is the old Smaug from The Hobbit.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Got a very good Smaug feel to it. This is actually the Paizo White Dragon, and I'm using it as a fuck you dragon of sorts. Whenever they see this, I just put it on the table, and you can hear the players talking about, "Oh my god, I need protection from fire. I need protection from fire. Give me protection from fire." And that's going off like popcorn all across the chat. All across, everybody's saying that. And then, like, if anybody's got like a detection spell up for magic, they can see like a little bit of a minor illusion spell. That's been empowered, mind you, so it can cover the whole of the dragon, but it's a minor illusion spell. It's like a 2nd or 3rd level spell. And they're like, "What the fuck? Why is there an illusion spell on it? What's going on?" And then it belches just like a white dragon does. So, like, however many dice a gargantuan-sized dragon decides to belch, well, that's what I roll. And then I replace this figure with the white dragon that I've got on my shelf.
Okay.
Because he's attacked, and so he doesn't have a 4th level spell or higher, so that illusion spell works until he, makes himself known or he gets hit. I love it. I really do. And
no, I mean,
ambush characters.
That's a pretty good idea. Part of it is and I hate saying this is why I like some of the different monsters in different games where you see it, but you don't know what it is. and the village rolled kind of randomly. So it's like, oh, you see a dragon. All right, what color is it? And it's like, it looks like a mottled brown. Like, all right, what does that mean? That's the one thing I also thought was funny is they had all these colors, but they left out brown. Like, where's your brown dragon? All the dragon.
Yeah.
But I think they actually created one later on. But the whole thing is just like, well, what does it breed? Well, it's whatever breath weapon I choose it to have for the day. Well, the only way you're going to find out is to fight it. That's probably not the smartest thing to do. But you put. I know sometimes you have your games on Saturdays. I'll pop in for like 5 minutes. I'm like, okay, I can't watch a live play. I gotta go somewhere else. Not trying to knock stuff, but man, it's I for role playing games, I enjoy playing them, but boy, I hate watching them. Unless it's something new that I'm trying to learn the system. They're trying to break down and explain stuff to me. But
Go Peaks Minis, I am sending a photo to the Crafting Gamer on Discord right now. And that way he can get you the information you're wanting to know about the dragon, about the camera. Because I've got a camera that's a iPivo VK4. It's a 4K camera, really good camera for documents and such. I use it for this.
Okay.
It's like $100. It's not a super expensive camera. I would not suggest using it solely. I would mix and match your cameras available, because there are some times where, like, my friend had this exact camera and it broke on him. This one here, I've had it for 2 years. It's going good. Yeah, the brown is in the player's pants. Yes, sir.
that's right. Yes, but the problem
David Guile says he's got a 4th edition Orcus in the box. If you guys are looking for a Gargantuan Orcus miniature that he is looking to sell it, 4th ed version.
You know what though, and I hate saying this, and I know Shadow's a big fan of collecting, but I'm a big fan of I want these things to be used. If I give it to my son, I want him to play with it.
Yeah.
I hate saying this, but look, well, it was worth this much. Unless I have to try replacing it, man, look, there's a reason that a lot of us loves the old, nostalgia collector stuff from Star Wars, from the 1970s, is because we played with them to death. How many G.I. Joes got destroyed, with that weird thing in the middle where they had the rubber band, it was, but that's what I kind of loved about them, was like, all right, just re-release them, Hasbro. You don't have to do anything else. But when I see a bunch of stuff kept in boxes, and I will say this much, my mom has some collector's Barbies and G.I. Joes, which have Colin Powell and, Army Barbie, Air Force Barbie, Navy Barbie, all the ones in different uniforms. I think she has Norman Schwarzkopf, Colin Powell, a couple of others. Okay, fine. Those are really collectors. Those are just to show, hey, those are just meant to be in the box. Those aren't meant to be played with. But look, the rest of them, that's, play with them, damn it.
Duke, Lady Jane, Flint, they are meant to be played with. Bazooka, I don't know how many times I fucking lost the bazooka for him. And originally he was supposed to be like, not having an actual working bazooka.
Yeah.
Well, we found a way to make a working quote unquote bazooka for a bazooka.
Well, there was that. What was the other one that they had? Was bazooka, gung ho. They started going up for all the different things. Like, okay, we'll do the Native American, which I liked because he had the eagle. It's like, oh, cool.
Hey, Bruce, check out the screen.
Oh, cool, with your Millennium Falcon,
Dude.
Yeah.
Is that a Fantasy Flight Games Millennium Falcon?
I don't think so. This was made in Hong Kong.
No. That was the company Fantasy Flight that released it.
Because they made a Millennium Falcon like less than 10 years ago for the Star Wars miniatures game.
Oh no, this is from 1979.
Okay.
Really?
Wow.
Then
There's actually a good story behind
that.
Sorry. There's actually a
Just
good story behind this. Like the reason why it's missing its antenna and the cockpit here. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, right. I'm looking down here. In the cockpit is because I found these in a ditch. I have a Y-wing. I'm not quite sure where it is. We were literally driving along. I was like 8 years old. I literally seen these in the ditch. I said, "Mom, stop!" She scrammed on the brakes. I hopped out of the car before she could say anything, and just found this and a Y-wing in the ditch.
Yeah, but
Is that die cast?
What?
Is it die cast metal?
Half metal, half plastic. The top is metal.
All right.
Bottom is
You
plastic.
better keep that really in. You better handle that with like some nurse's gloves.
Really?
but
You're handling a very very rare piece of equipment because that they had die cast metal figurines that were on a different scale than the typical 3.5-inch action figure, and that was still made by Kenner. But
Oh yeah,
that
that's who made this Kenner prod.
but that was in 81 or 82 when those came out. It was a limited
Yeah.
run. Those are fucking rare. Unless you need money, and then eBay is over in the next tab over, sir. But I would say if I were you, I would keep a hold of that, and I wouldn't fuck with it too much. I'm not
Okay.
trying to be a dick, but I would secure that in a nice, secure, actually lockable vault. Because you're
Well,
looking at
you
about
know what?
about $400.
Oh wow!
Well,
Even
well,
with the missing antenna and cockpit. Well, then
Yes.
it does have Han and Chewie still. It just doesn't have the cockpit head. Or
Somebody is trying to get in here, and they keep falling off.
No, I don't know. For me, my internet comes in and out whenever I do the StreamYard. But the one thing that I think that's funny about that is we don't have kids.
Hey, nerdy.
okay, I'm gonna put this up now.
Yeah, well, no, I'm gonna laugh because you're showing that stuff off, and that's really cool. But we appreciate it because we grew up with the stuff and we played with it. And,
Yeah.
and, you know, that to me, you know, and like you said,
Oh.
weapons and things. But I'm at the age now where I don't have to have originals. If I can 3D print the guns and the stuff that came with,
Oh, yeah.
I would be happy. Do you remember the old D&D?
Oh, that reminds me. Before I forget, I don't want to, but I have to say this before I forget. I actually 3D printed Babylon 5 guns for my sister and her husband's wedding anniversary.
Oh, cool. Well, but I meant for like the GI Joes. You know, when we were talking about the bazooka and stuff. It's like,
Yeah.
you know, that's the great thing about 3D printing is you can now print all the weapons you used to lose as a kid.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, oh, okay. And,
There was one thing I forgot to show about the Millennium Falcon. Despite the fact its legs are flimsy plastic, it
Yeah.
still has all three of them and they work.
yeah. Oh, no. I mean, I saw that. Wow. Hey, Bruce, what did you do with that neck? Is it still wet or is that just reflection from the...
I'm actually putting some wash on the neck right now.
Okay. Because I was like, it's reflecting, which is kind of cool, but I was just curious if it's still wet or if that's
Yep.
the way it's going to dry.
It's going to dry. Give it about 20 minutes. I'm going to get this to dry off.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm going to have to gloss this in two separate parts. It's too big because where I'm handling it is
Yeah.
the paint's coming off.
Yeah. You know, I just got my gambler's chest for Kingdom Death today.
Oh,
And I went, oh man, I have all of the plastic for. I went all in for the thing, like way too much, and it only took. I think that he was supposed to come in 2018, so he finally finished this, and the thing is like 12.5 kilograms, and I haven't even opened it up yet. The only thing bigger I think that I have is cross tape. Good grief. For a game. I bought stuff with miniatures in mind, and now I try to get my son to play. The only game he's been wanting to play with me has been King of Tokyo, Connect 4, and there's one other that's out there. I can't remember. It's what's it called?
Wasn't that supposed to come with a Bruce? Wasn't that supposed to come with a link, Bruce? The picture?
No.
I didn't find a link.
this is Bo Pate's Minis. If you don't have the photo yet, this is my camera that I have. I've got 2 elbows on it, plus at the base, so I can articulate it. Plus, it has a swivel head.
Okay, cool. Now,
So I can
how-
go ahead.
what's the cost of the stand? Because sometimes that's more expensive than the camera, by the way you're describing it.
It's like $100, maybe 120 on eBay.
The stand?
This camera is only 120 bucks.
Okay. Does it come with the stand?
Yes,
Oh, okay. Wow, that's a good deal. Even if you get rid of the camera.
it's an IPEVO 4K camera.
That's
What you're looking through right now as I wiggle my hands.
yeah. No. I mean, it's clear. It doesn't have the problems with focusing. Like when you had your hand, it was clear in both your hand and the Dragon. That was different. You know, a lot of times when they do the autofocus, you can't. I always hate it when it can't pick up all the time. But no, that one's pretty clear. I mean, even the stuff that's on your desk looks pretty clear, except it's in shadow. I mean, everything you have there is clear as can be. That's a good camera.
It just doesn't track movement well. It's very crisp. The refresh rate is low.
Okay.
That's the only problem with it. But this is a really good camera.
Well, tonight I'm seeing everything as clear as you can get. I mean, when you're moving your Dragon and everything, that's fine. It's doing little kind of weird things right now, but no, I mean, for what you have, it's doing fantastic, and for 120 bucks, I'm not sure you can get anything better. If it comes with the stand and everything. What are you using?
The stand is part of it. It's all part of the mechanism.
Well, that's what I mean. Is the whole thing looks great. What's your? Are you using a microphone?
Yeah, I have a Razer Sirene X.
Okay.
Which I think is like up to 130 bucks.
Okay.
It's a very tiny. It could be mounted on a gimbal, but why? It has a desktop stand.
And you come in nice and clear, so that's not a.
The only problem is when you have 7 people in a room talking, it will garble shit. That's the only problem.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, Bruce, part of me goes, well, if I had enough spare money, maybe if I win the lottery, which is what is it up to? 1.7 now?
Yeah. That's poor Powerball players.
Oh, so what is that? Yeah, I looked it up. I'm like, okay, I don't even start playing until it gets to 500 million now. So it's what, $1.55 billion for the.
I know this sounds like a waste, and you guys can lambaste me all you want, but $12 a week between Powerball and Mega Millions is what I typically will spend, and it doesn't hurt me severely. So as long as I have a chance at that, either freshly reset $20 million or the 1.7 billion that it might be up to right now, I don't care. I just want a chance. Give me a throw at the dice.
Well, you know what? Part of it
sound
comes
kind of
down.
like my.
Go ahead.
Let's say you sound kind of like my mother. Yeah, she likes. I like doing the lottery too, but she takes it as she likes throwing the dice. She also looks at it as it's fun to dream.
Well, that's what I'm really paying for. Is I'm paying the $2 for the dream.
Yes.
The reality of it is if I won not the big one, but the $1 million, I'm like, okay, I already know how I'd spend it. I'd build a house, and then I'd be done, and then I still have to go to work and everything else. But people are always like, oh, you're going to do this. I said, no, I would build a house, and once the house is built, I'm done, and I still have to go to work, and my life doesn't change. It doesn't treat anyone differently. It's just like, okay, it's a nice windfall. I think the problem is when you won at the end of the day, you're going to win about $500 million in cash after taxes, the way that it is right now. It's about a third. You'll win about a third, whatever it says after taxes. But man, you will find out who you're going to learn real fast that you can't trust anyone because they don't want you for your money. And I said, whereas great thing about D&D nerds is like, do you want to play D&D? Yes. Okay, good. That's what I love about role-playing games. I remember when I was in the Navy, we used to play, we had a couple of millionaires. I mean, like one of the guys, his uncle, I think it was his uncle, was the Secretary of the Treasury. I'm like, why are you enlisted? He said, I was just looking for some point in my life. All right. There were a couple of them like that. They're just like, well, what's the point? You know, they were looking for some meaning in their life, and they joined the military, and they were kind of relaxed about everything. They didn't care. They're like, oh, if I get kicked out, what's going to happen? Nothing. You know, the rest of us are all stressing out, and they're just like, they weren't bad sailors. They just, you know, but they weren't freaked out all the time. You know, and they couldn't really be intimidated either. You know, it's like, oh, okay, well, all right. If you're gonna kick me out, that's bad.
Much better.
Money gives you freedom to say after you. That's the point of money.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all I want is to be able to grow and put a house down, and then I would probably buy land, and I would be looking for people to work to get a compost. I need a compost business because even if I don't work for my boss, I would still want to have a foot in the shit business. The shit business, you guys make fun of it. Go ahead. You have the authority from me to make fun of me for wanting to work in shit. But I want to have a plumber's license and I want to have a compost. And if I could have a compost dump, a compost plant where people come and dump their shit and then they, you know, have like 5 or 6 guys, that would be great.
So Bruce, I mean, you know, I do my composting stuff.
Hey guys.
Hey, Ryan.
I've been, hey, Ryan, I've been trying to get my compost out there for my tree. Okay, I'm afraid to ask.
Really, dude? Goodbye.
Yeah.
Kim, ban him. Yeah.
Yeah, that sound was really annoying. I have headphones on.
But no, when you're starting to go through it, that is, you know, trying to get my trees going and everything else. But you know where they're pulling all the compost from is they're pulling it from the local sewage treatment plant, and they are, and I to have it delivered, I think it comes out. I forget what it was. It comes out to like $300 a truck, so it's about $20 per cubic yard with delivery. I was like, "That's cool by me." Yeah, but the problem was that everyone was trying to get at the same time, so I had to wait like a couple of weeks before I could get in compost. You know, and people forget once it's been composted and they put it all out there with the what's it called, the with all the wood and stuff, it doesn't smell. I think the problem is people think about it more without realizing that's what our ancestors did all the time for farming. And I'm just trying to put my trees to grow them really nicely. It's compost, and that's what a lot of people do. They'll just buy a bunch of compost and they'll put it around their trees locally, and the flowers. Like, yeah. It's a hell of a lot cheaper than trying to buy compost from the local farmers.
I want to apologize to you guys for everybody that was just on here that witnessed that fuck up. I've banned him, and hopefully the IP is banned as well. But you know, people can authenticate different IPs and shit. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thought it was one of our regular viewers. My bad.
Yeah. I was like, what the hell is this? And I was like, all right. I know that they did the same thing to Shadow as well. Okay.
Yeah, it's one of the risks you take in putting the link in general chat.
Yeah. Well, not just general chat, but also in the description.
Yeah.
Well, even if it's in the general chat, a lot of times you still think you know some of the people out there, and they just, you know, oh, wait a minute, that's not the person I thought it was. That's what, you know, like Bruce said. All right, so about 2 pounds of cheese, or maybe 1.5 pounds of cheese now. So.
I'm sorry, dude. That spaghetti has me fucking fiending for some fucking real food. And I've not been like starving today. I made like 6 strips of bacon basically at the start of the day.
Yeah.
And then then I had I'm not like on a diet, mind you, but I had maybe 10 ounces of mead, and then I had a English muffin with peanut butter and jelly. And that was before the stream, but like this, I'm on quote unquote vacation supposedly,
Okay.
and we'll see how this turns out this week because my boss had to go on an emergency trip to Minnesota, which I'm going to give him hell. I'm going to give him hell for Minnesota. Like, dude, you went to Minnesota and you didn't tell me that you were going to Minnesota before like all this shit started. And I like Minnesota. If you said we're going to Minnesota, like I would have asked, can we go hunt? Because your wife has land in Minnesota, and we could go kill some fucking animals and live like fucking men, which means that we would be cooking food on a fire. But he didn't invite me for that. He took off to fucking Minnesota with his wife. I mean, his wife is, she's 60, and I get it. They got to take care of like family problems and estate bullshit.
Yeah, yes.
But like he's always pulling me aside at work and talking to me about guns and like I like a 20 gauge. And I don't like a 12 gauge. It hurts too much. And you pull the trigger and all this stuff. Like, dude, fucking accept the pain. Like you pull the trigger, you expect a bruised shoulder.
Well, here, I'm going to say this much, dude. Just get a better butt stock.
My JTS, I have a very efficient, very utilitarian, not pretty Chinese make 12 gauge AKMK.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Not really, but that's fine. I've mostly got the shotguns I've used have been over and under an automatic, which was a Remington.
Okay. It's not a great shotgun, but it should fucking work. Like when I've needed it before at the range, when I squeeze the trigger, it goes bang. And I like a good game load. I like buckshot or birdshot, preferably buckshot, but birdshot was on sale for a while, so I bought a fuck ton of that.
I like a closed choke more than an open. That's because normally I'll take my time, or at least I used to when I was a kid. I thought it took me dove hunting. One time I got to go out there, I think I shot 3 doves. Some of them were like up to 50 yards just because it's a closed choke. But man, I saw so many hunters go out there and they're just like bam, 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 bam. And my view is if I generally don't hit on the first one, I'm not hitting it on the second. Okay, all you're doing is wasting your rounds. But the other thing was, before I went to Afghanistan, they trained us how to do. They trained us in a bunch of different weapons, just mostly how to load them and how to fire them. Here's the safest where you go. Because you had something like that.
That's really all you need. You can learn the other shit after you've had your first encounter.
Well, look, we were civilians. We weren't supposed to get in combat, and the idea was that because of this, and we could be sent anywhere. And I was only on that team for about a year. But that team was at one point going because different teams go into Africa and everything else. So they would put a volunteer like, who wants to go? So I got to go to Cambodia twice, which was kind of cool. But you go and do these things. But what amazed me was I'm used to using actual good rifles or shotguns. My father had a 12 gauge Remington. Did not affect me at all. I barely even noticed it. Good, fine. I used the Army one. There was no butt pad on it, and it's a combat load in it. I'm like, ow. Yeah. Okay. Look. First thing you're gonna do is if you're not trying to go into a war or something where things are gonna break, you want it as reliable as possible. But buy a decent butt stock. That will make a huge difference. Don't try overloading it because really at a certain point your shotgun isn't really good. If you try to shoot birds, you don't need a lot of power with that. You just need to hit them. But yeah, I said, I fired my father's, no problem. I fired at my other friends, no problem. I was in Germany. I fired. If you ever look at some of the German weapons and how much they spend on them, we're talking $8,000 to $10,000 or more. What the average group spends. I fired that, no problem. All of that was fine, but as soon as I went to the Army one, so to me, if he's talking about it hurts, it's like, look, you need to put a butt pad on that, and there's those nice, rubberized butt pads, and then you're going to enjoy shooting. And the other point is, shooting should be fun. It's not just to suck it up. At a certain point, something's telling me that there's something off about his shotgun. He's using way too much powder in his shells, or or maybe he's using 3-inch shells. Like, just put a good butt pad on it. You'll be fine. The other
Yeah,
part
but
is,
it's kind of how I feel about it. Like, I think his ammunition is actually fucking up his body more than anything else.
well, like I said, I don't even notice a lot of stuff if you have a good, recoil system or anything. If you put a good butt pad on there, it will work just fine. The other thing is don't fire it when it's not against your shoulder. If you put stuff snugly in your shoulder, you generally don't feel much because it acts.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That falls under one of my favorite rules. I stole this rule from Tremors 2 from Burt Gummer, but I treat this rule with every single rifle I use. Hold it good and tight to your shoulder, or it'll break your collarbone.
Right. I don't know if any of you watched the movie Zulu.
Probably not.
Yeah, it's a good movie, but part of it is they're showing the Zulus firing from overhead, and they're holding it away from their shoulder. And of course, you're not going to get very accurate from that. So I thought it was interesting. Is the actual real world, what is it? The Intawada. Anyway, that outpost. More soldiers were wounded and killed from gunfire from the Zulus than the actual Zulus, in hand-to-hand combat. But they weren't very effective because they weren't holding it properly. Oh, okay. That's another thing, man. I love Zulus. When I was that movie Zulu. Oh, that was a lot of fun. That series, that miniseries that came out. And my mother had actually read that book about 5 or 6 years before that miniseries came out. But yeah, I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. All right, just so you all can see. I don't think it's the cleanest here, but there's my spaghetti sauce with with.
That looks almost like chili. I love it.
Yeah, it's probably about the same consistency of chili. I don't think I put any red pepper flakes. I can put some red pepper flakes in it now. It usually tastes better the day or two after you do everything.
Oh yeah.
So I said I want a little bit more salt or anything. And I usually put, not that I recommend this for everyone, but I usually put baking soda in there just to cut the acidity because I don't like it being too acid.
Yeah.
But that also adds some flavor to it for the salt, so I don't have to add as much salt. See, what else do I want to put in there? Where's my chili? Oh, there's my chili pepper flakes. I'll probably put a little bit more into the oven and leave it there, go to sleep. When I wake up, we'll see what, burn off some of that liquid that's still in there.
I did not realize I've been streaming for over 3 hours. Holy cow. Not that I don't want this video to get seen. I do want people to understand that, like, when I opened this video, I didn't realize who would step in. And having the Crafting Gamer come in, he is a friend of mine. We don't see eye to eye on a lot of things. And he's still my friend. I want people to understand, like, that's completely possible. You'll have people that will identify as the same politically, but they will damn near hate their guts. So I know this sounds really weird coming from me, so please pay attention. If you've got a good friendship going on and you're having exterior situations try to get in the way and separate you because it's better to have a divisive native a group of people or divisive situation than have a unified situation, you have to understand who is keeping score here. I don't have a problem with people. I don't have a problem with the majority of people having a different opinion with me. If I can be given a broadened knowledge and be better for it, exposure to them and their experiences would be welcome. But I just want you guys to understand that even with me being the staunchest of asshole conservatives, I can have a friend of other or left of center mind. That to me that says a lot. And I want more people to recognize that we can still do this in 2023. Go ahead,
Well,
Omar.
It's so my son his mother's very liberal, and of course he questions her and she gets mad. But and he's become. This is what I find hilarious, just to show you in the stuff I will find in my after he's visited.
Connell, you're in the wrong chat.
So he'll right there. So that's what he puts up there, and I don't even know it until a week after he's left. What? So I have to laugh at that whole thing. But he was talking to someone. I said, you don't know what they believe and why they believe it unless you talk to them as an individual. But I said, so we were over in Bozeman, Montana, and there was a black guy, and I could tell he was conservative. And his mom said, "Oh no, blacks don't vote conservative." I said, "Go talk to him." We were checking into a hotel. He was behind the counter, and he just went over. He says, "Look, every news source is trying to get us to fight each other instead of trying to actually get along." I said, "Yeah, that's the whole reason I used to love board games. I don't care what you are politically, as long as we can sit down and play a game and we can have fun." You know what? Most people agree on 80% of things, and most of the fight's over how to get there, not the end result. That's what gets me about all of that. Like, oh, okay, well, you want gun violence. I said, no, I don't. You don't want gun violence. I don't want gun violence. But we have to address the underlying issues, and it's not the gun. Because a lot of people had guns before, and we had a much lower murder rate. And they're like, well, in Europe, I said, well, then why is the murder in Europe gone up in the last 100 years? We used to not have the same murder rate in England. We used to be. Anyway, like I said, people, yeah, you'll find commonalities.
Exactly. And I want people to be able to find those. I think being able to find a point of friendship and be able to go from there, being able to say, we'll try to understand each other. We'll try to do that. I don't want people that grew up 50 miles away or 5 miles away from each other to have problems. I know that sounds to be a little kumbaya for you, especially coming out of my mouth, but we've got an identifiable enemy. We already know who the enemy is, but you guys reject it all the time, and that's the media. The media is fronting for the U.S. government, and I know that sounds terrible, and my opinions do not reflect the people that are on my panel.
Yeah, well, they do for me. So,
okay.
Well, I mean, but some of it is stuff that, I'll be honest, is I was all pro Iraq War when I was, in 2002.
I wanted the same thing. I was 26 when the towers got hit, and they were talking about Osama bin Laden, and I'm like, we need to go kill this guy. And then you have Saddam Hussein pledging allegiance to Osama and anybody who wrecks American property. Okay, let's go against Iraq too. Fuck it. And I was okay with it because I was stupid and I was young. I didn't have an idea of what it would entail. I didn't realize I'd be 29 years of age at my third funeral for that year.
Well, the other
ground
is I assumed, and I hate saying this, I assumed our politicians were doing what was best for our country.
Oh yeah,
and that's been completely abused out of me. And it doesn't matter and everything else. And when people talk about Alex Jones, I said, look, I've read some of the stuff he's quoting, and I understand where he's coming from, because the more you read, the more you go down that rabbit hole, and you go, okay. And that's what I find disgusting for a lot of this, is that these people just want to attack each other. And it's like, look, the government does a lot of bad things. It's some of the stuff I was willing to accept during the Cold War, but the older I get, I'm like, you can't say that you're trying to protect the country when you start stripping people of their entire rights. When you strip people of their entire rights, that's not my country. That's, look, there's a reason I believed in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and the first 10 amendments. And it should apply to everyone. It's not just selective. And it's like, look, there's a reason I want freedom of speech. So people can talk and discuss things. I was reading Solzhenitsyn's the Gulag Archipelago. And they were throwing people in jail that were saying, hey, there's a problem, we need to fix it. And instead of trying to fix it, they said, oh, you must be an enemy of the state because you're criticizing. I said, well, yeah, because these people wanted to make things better. They're saying this isn't working, let's fix it. And if you aren't allowed to talk freely, you can't fix things. That's I'm sure we've all dealt with that even at work. You're like, hey, if you just did this, and everyone gets mad at you, you're like, what in the world is going on? There's that, and so, I mean, that's the thing I get mad about all of this. It's just, they want us at each other's throats, so we don't look at what they're doing while they pocket hundreds of billions of dollars.
And the funny thing is that we got Ukraine going on, and there's people that are out there that say, I'm defending Ukraine's stance. Well, okay, but my tax dollars just went there. I would like a return on my investment.
Well, here's what gets me. These people pretend that we're doing a good thing. I'm like, look, I've gone through the history of it. Even in 2014, I had some guy going, blah, blah. It's not my country. It's next to Russia. Russia's going to react the same as if someone's doing something in Canada or Mexico. I said, okay, that's what they're going to do. We don't have to agree with them. We don't have to do any of that. But at the end of the day, I hate saying this. What is it? 400,000 casualties is what they're saying the Ukrainians have taken. 10 million plus people have been displaced, which I forgot how many went over to Russia, and then the rest went into Western Europe. The country is not a functioning country. It only runs because we're giving them money. And I go, why are we doing this? In the meantime, I'm looking at our infrastructure collapsing. Who is benefiting? It's not for the American people, and we aren't giving money for them. This is what people forget. We're giving them a Lend-Lease program. So all the money we're giving them, we expect them to pay it back. So we're indebting these people instead of trying to find a peaceful solution so they can actually keep stuff. And we're not friends of Ukrainians. We're just encouraging them to fight and die. When a lot of them, especially the eastern part, would rather just be under Russia. Russia's not a bad place to be, apparently, and neither is Ukraine. But instead, we want to put our finger in the Russian eye. I'm just surprised Russia hasn't done anything. And I think this is the thing that scares me is we're giving a green light to Russia to screw with us on every soldier overseas. Now they can screw with it. That's a bad precedent. That's not where I want to be, because we blew up Nord Stream pipeline. If I was Russia, I'd oh, okay. You know what I would do is I would cut the international cable between London and New York or wherever it's going. That international cable. Then what would we do? Because when people forget about this, that would almost collapse our stock market, because now they can't trade in real time, and all of a sudden they can't communicate. I mean, they can communicate slowly, but it's not nearly the same, and that would screw with it so badly. We've given them a green light. We attacked their infrastructure, and then we tried blaming them, and now we try to blame Ukraine, and the stories just get ridiculous, and they act like someone would actually believe it. No. That makes no sense. And if anyone that's read, what's his name? The one that did the My Lai stuff.
Say again?
So the guy that released, he did a Substack, and it's publicly available, about the Nord Stream pipeline and how the United States did everything for the Nord Stream pipeline to blow it up.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
But the guy.
It's the same guy that did the Abu Ghraib photos. It's also the same guy that did the My Lai massacre, which is, I think, around where you started. Okay, I don't expect him to be 100% correct, but he's more correct most of the time than all these other people. And I went, just like, for voting. I said, I don't care who's running. I'm going to vote for whoever's not going to get us into a third world war. Because nothing good, I hate saying this, we can argue about whatever policies we want, but as soon as nuclear missiles start flying, it's game over. Even if you survive, your life is not getting better depending on who you vote for. It's like, look, no one's going to win a nuclear war. That's the way I look at it. No one wins this. And these people in Washington, D.C. that think that somehow it's worth fighting, I'm like, good. You get all your family, and this is the other thing that worries me. My son's 14. Now they're starting to talk about bringing back the draft because they don't get enough soldiers or sailors. We're not meeting our recruiting goals. And instead of saying, why aren't we meeting our recruiting goals? Obviously, something's wrong with the military. It's now like, well, we need to institute the draft. I said, no, what you need to do is reduce your footprint in the world so you don't need as many soldiers. That's what you need to do. And then you need
We're a mercenary country that doesn't get paid.
people. I'll say this much: I made good money when I was overseas. I did, and that's as a government employee. If I'd worked as a contractor, I would have done even better. But there's a lot of slush funds out there, and you can hate KBR all you want, but man, they had the best food overseas. Every time you went to a KBR camp, you're like, "Oh man, this is so much better," compared to like the Italians and the Spanish and the French. All the other people out there, nothing. And when I was in Erbil, there were probably 60 flags for the number of countries in there. They included Korea, Germany, Sweden, Norway. They include countries that weren't even part of NATO, all trying to help out those Iraqis. Why don't we just split up the country? Yeah. Oh, no, we can't do that. Well, why don't you split the country into 3 parts? This is Kurdish, this is Shiite, and this is Sunni. Boom, we're done. Now we only have to deal with the country individually. No, we can't do it. We want it all together. That was so stupid. The people running our State Department are just the worst. I don't know. I can understand why all these women why they closed down the schools. Maybe because they did that before. The old saying is, "You have the watches, we have the time." For the Afghans.
Yep.
I
remember that.
I had my friend. I think he's still over there. He's Iraqi. He's a Christian, and they were complaining about stuff. And then there was another one which was Yazidi, and he was complaining about they were ethnically cleansing Yazidis, and the United States didn't do crap. What the hell?
Not a fucking thing.
No. We sat there.
I'm not going to say like how dare they, but because I'm not even a fan of Yazidis. I mean, if you ever studied Malik Tao's, you understand like that is kind of the basis of their religion. Their religion is not nearly as parallel to the United States largely Christian coalition as the Islamic faith is. You get the Yazidi faith and you're like, oh, this is really different.
Well,
I don't even know if I can identify parallel to this.
Well, a lot of them are Zoroastrian, but if you really care about this, the Sunni come in. Well, just like for Syria, they forget. Because I went through some of this. I went through some anti-terrorism class, and they were explaining stuff. The Alawites are looked at as heretics by a lot of the Muslims.
Yep.
So the whole idea that somehow Assad and the ruling class, which are Alawites in Syria, are going to give up power. I said no, because they know that if they give up power, all of the Alawites are going to be ethnically cleansed. They're not going to give up power. And, and why are we still there? Why do we have, what is it? Is it Chevron? That's Camp Chevron.
Yeah, Camp Chevron.
I went, why are we in Syria in the first place? It's not our business. It's not our country. It's this whole idea. And when I start hearing, this is what should disturb everyone. When the president is not allowed to pull troops out because some general doesn't want to let him know that we have troops there, do we even have a functioning government? What is the point of voting if our politicians are not allowed to actually control the government? I'm sorry, when the president, who is commander-in-chief, gets overridden by someone that's not elected, something is wrong. That's not a functioning democratic government. That's a oligarchy, or that's they're figureheads at that point. And the fact that Trump was firing Esper and other ones, I said, you don't have to like Trump, but tell me, why in the world did Trump do 4 peace treaties in 4 years, and then the previous 4 presidents couldn't get a single peace treaty out? Something's wrong. I mean, why weren't you going to do a peace treaty for that?
You want to know what Bruce thinks?
Oh yeah, go for it.
I think Trump already has his life set up. He's a billionaire with a B.
Yeah.
These other guys are scrambling for resources, trying to milk in as much as they can while they're in power. They're not thinking about their fellow Americans. They were elected position of power. It's turned into a position of greed. And instead of them being able to do the right thing, they did the thing that was best for their pocketbooks.
Well,
if you guys are going to accuse me of that for being a Trump sycophant because I want Trump to make money, Trump lost money. This entire presidential bullshit for Trump has bankrupted him compared to what he was before in 2019.
Well, there's a reason he waited until he was in his 70s. See, I mean, at that point, you've done everything. And if you ever hear the 1980 interview, like, are you going to run for president? He says, only if we have crappy politicians. I don't think we're there yet. And I said, yeah. And you see what hacks they are. Oh, my God. When Pence was, Pence the robot that short-circuited during the Tucker Carlson interview, that was hilarious. Did you see that, Bruce?
I did, and as a neighboring individual to Indiana, I liked Pence getting elected or selected as VP, because there were people I know in Indiana government that they hated Pence because he took away the money. And the way he took away the money is that, like, okay, well, you come to work every day, but you can't afford just buying a $5 set of pencils for your job. And as a financial person, I can understand that. I can see where he's at. He wants to keep the money in the state, not having to go to Office Max for bulk fucking number 2 pencils. He wants to be able to keep the money in the state, not go out for various things that you guys can't afford your own pens. You can't afford your own pencils. Come on.
I'm going to come a different aspect, which is, I don't care what it is. You give tools to people so they can do their job. That's
Sure.
what that's and if you're telling people, and this includes teachers, if they have to buy their own supplies, and I'm going to say this as a taxpayer, why am I paying such high tax? As all taxpayers, why are we paying so much into these schools, and yet the teaching has gone down? They're doing more diversity training, but I don't know how it was when you were a kid, but boy, why don't we have these mimeographed? It's not that expensive per student to get out. Like, I have a printer here, and I print stuff out for my son. It's not that expensive to print out paper so he can do his homework. It's not that hard, and yet that whole thing is, where they're sucking it off into other stuff. And like, there needs to be an account, because there's areas we can always cut. The U.S. military can be cut by about a third, and why do we have so many generals is one aspect. That's what I find ridiculous. We have more. What is it? There's one. When we used to have one in every 6,000, I said, wait a minute. Why do we have all these generals? Well, we need to do this. No, you don't. Everyone is overgraded. And I said, I don't mind you raising their salary, but why do you have to raise their grade? It's like, okay, fine. If we're not paying our officers enough, then just increase their pay by 20%, and then say, guess what? You're still not in the general. A colonel can do the job, send a colonel. Or a captain can do the job, send a captain. And slow down on how fast they advance in rank. And this up and out stuff. And my father and I will argue about things like that. Why? Why do we need all of these high-ranking officers? And then they just kind of meander around, and then they have to have staff. And like, I was in Iraq. We had like 6 officers and 2 enlisted. Something's off there. Something is completely off. And the officers were twiddling their thumbs doing nothing, and they were bored out of their minds, and they wanted to do something. They did. But they're like, no, you'll be a battle captain. They just sat in a room just twiddling their thumbs for 8 hours a day. And they got, there were 3 of them. This is not good use. We should have 2 officers, maybe 3, and then we should have 6 or 7 enlisted doing the other stuff. And really what they were doing is they were rotating them in so it would look good on their resume so they could get promoted. How many captains do you need? There were 50 of us. There were 50 people total. We had a captain, a lieutenant colonel, I think 2 majors, three captains, and like 1 staff sergeant or 2 staff sergeants. That's what we had. For what? A bunch of civilians? I don't know. It's a money racket, and that's why they're mad that we lost Afghanistan, is because that was a way of just keep on funneling money.
Yeah, they're not upset about all the dead that we need in Afghanistan on our side. They're upset about the fucking loss of money, the loss of fucking the big pharma that was racketeering the fucking opium trade out of fucking Afghanistan. That's what they're upset about.
Well, they're upset about because they can't, because all these people getting logistics. When I was there, the military would stay 6 to 12 months, and so there was no. But the contractors would be there for 4 or 5 years. So if we want to find history, I had to go talk to the contractors of what was going on. And yeah, it was. And when I was there in 2012 for Afghanistan, I said, just send me home. I said, there are too many of us here. There were 8 of us. We were having some internal things. I said, look, you have enough work for 3 people and we have 8. I said, then what happens is people get bored and want to screw with each other. I don't know what it is, but some people, if things go well, they just have to screw it up. And if you ever find a person like that on your team, fire them. I'm just saying this now. It will save you so much. I don't care how good they are. You just get rid of them, because it's not that they're a team player. They will create so much discord. It will create so much more stress in your life than if you just get a guy who's somewhat mediocre. It's like, okay, yeah, you're a good electrician, but guess what? You're having every one of my staff fight with each other. Get rid of him. I mean, that sounds horrible, but that's the truth. Anyway. Well, Bruce, I got to let you go because I'm going to have to get up at 5:30 and head out to go to Grayson County tomorrow. So, well, it's good to talk to you. Sorry, I'd rather talk games and painting and stuff like that. But when you start politics, I'm like, okay, I got to get involved.
You're fine, Omanal. And anytime you want to pop in on a chill stream, ask me. I'll get you the link.
Quick question for you, and because I missed the beginning, what happened to Janet tonight?
She's over in Florida on her way back.
Okay.
She has she's a professional. When I say she's an actress, and I mean, like, I've seen her IMDb, I've seen her previous work. I know people she's worked for.
Yes.
And she actually has a short of her running on a model. Doing a model run on a.
Yeah, and she's that's actually just a face app, I think.
Oh, really? I thought that was real.
No. I've seen her actual commercials with political figures. If you know where she lives, you can Google her governor's ads, and there's Janet in the commercial.
Okay.
So I mean, she's
she on vacation visiting family or for work?
She was down there for work, actually. And then, like, she was, if you follow her Twitter, like, there was a couple nights back where she was kind of sad because she had a night off and she didn't have anybody to hang out and get drunk with. So she got drunk on stream, kind of. And I mean, she's like, I got nobody else to hang out with. Bruce isn't answering his phone or whatever it is. You know how it is whenever you're not there for your friend. And
sure.
Like, I got this half bottle of Jack Daniels. Where the fuck are you? That was her the other day. She was kind of upset because nobody was available. So if you guys, I'm going to put her channel in Discord. If you're not a member of her Discord, jump into it, select in, and just enjoy the chaos that she has around her. She's got a good group of people, and we are trying to help each other, but like sometimes we're not as healthy for each other as we want to be. But I recommend just being a member of the Discord because she's got a good group of people. She really does. And I would like to see her grow as a quote unquote an influencer. She's already at that point where she doesn't have to do this shit. She could give up tomorrow. She's done. She's got her house. She's retired. She's okay, but she likes being in the game, and therefore, like, okay, well, I'm going to throw people at you and hopefully make you bigger. And I hope she enjoys it. So that's where she's at tonight. She's on her way back from Florida as we speak. She might be one of the 9 or 10 people that's listening to us right now.
A quick question for you, if you don't mind. Which part of Florida did she go to? I'm just asking because I'm driving to see my parents in Florida.
Say again?
Saturday. I'm driving to see my parents this Saturday, so I'm just curious on which part of Florida, just purely out of curiosity.
I think she was on the western side around Tampa.
Oh, okay.
Not western side, but the southern, more southern side of the peninsula around Tampa. She's around that area, and I think she's actually heading back. Today's being Monday. She should be heading back today, almost at 3 a.m.
by my estimate, she should be back in Arkansas. She should be back at her home in rural port of Fort Smith
Okay.
by about 6 a.m.
It's a long drive. I know I've done it.
It's not forgiving at all. I hate that drive because it just feels like you're just driving your ass off, and it's mostly Appalachia, so you got to stay like up. I could do it 10-hour, 12-hour sprints,
Yeah.
but I'll pull over after 12 hours because there's too many times where the road gets kind of treacherous, or the animals are just, if you get deer in heat, you know, if they're in rut, like, oh God, just not be on the road as much as possible.
Well, I mean, I go with my son, and we've done a couple of road trips. And we haven't killed each other, amazingly enough, even though we were 5 days up there and 5 days back, going to like Washington. But these are normally a two day, and we don't rush. It's like, well, what, you want to stop somewhere? Let me know. We'll stop and we'll go look at stuff. And so, Atchafalaya, the rest stop out there, we'll usually stop at each of the rest stops at the stuff. The Buc-ee's, there's one in Alabama.
Yes.
So we'll stop, in that one. But it's just I-10 basically once we get to Houston. It's just I-10 basically all the way, and except the last 30 miles. But yeah, we do that, and we've stopped at the Stennis Space Center, which is interesting if anyone goes. I recommend at least stopping there once. And I know Crafting Gamers talked about seeing the United States. People don't understand the United States unless you drive it on just how big and vast and everything else it is. Everyone talks about, oh, have you been to Europe? Well, have you been to Wyoming? Have you been to Yellowstone? Have you been here? Have you been there? No. Okay. Have you been to, Carlsbad Caverns? Which I haven't been to Carlsbad Caverns. Been to the Four Corners. Have you been here? And it's just interesting, and that's one of the reasons that I do like driving with my son is he gets to see different things. He gets to talk to different people. I think sometimes people forget just how big the United States is because they get on a plane and magically think they just they fall asleep, they wake up, they get off, and I'm in Seattle. Okay, try driving to Seattle from Texas. It's a good 3 to 4 days. I think it was 21 hours of actual driving. It's something like that. It's 2,000 miles. It's
From
from
let me see.
From Texas to
Map real quick.
to Seattle. It's about a 2,000 mile one-way drive.
Wow, I've been on long road trips before, so I at least have an idea of how vast the country can be. But
Think our ancestors used to go over and used to do 30 miles a day.
oh yeah,
10 to 30 miles a day, and then you begin to realize that if you didn't leave at a certain time, I mean, if you think about it, you might go 1,000 miles a month. So when you start seeing the Donner Party, if you actually listen to what happened to them, is they thought it was an unusual snowfall. They would just stop, wait for the snow to stop, and then they could keep going, and they couldn't, and that's what screwed them. It's just bad winter that one time.
yeah.
But talk about role-playing games. That's something that we all kind of hand wave is distances. But I think that if you're really going to do this, which I think Forbidden Lands does a good job, is too many players think, oh, I'll make an easy. They treat it like it's in the United States or anything else. I just hop on a plane and then I'll just be there magically, and it's completely safe. Like, no.
If I were to leave right now and head to Seattle, I'm looking at 32 hours of drive time.
Exactly. Yep.
Because it's 2,143 miles.
Yeah. And I went up through Utah up there, and then on the way back we went on the other side. So then we went Wyoming, Montana, on the way back.
You went up through Utah, so you got on like right before Ogden, didn't you?
Yeah.
Cut through Denver and
Well,
shit.
I think what we did is we went through New Mexico. So we stopped in Clovis. We drove through New Mexico, and then we got that bottom left corner of Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
And then we went into Utah, and then we drove north up to, through Salt Lake City. Then went through Oregon, Portland, and I was actually going to Soap Lake is what I was actually doing. So I went up to Soap Lake, and we stopped there. And then on the way back, we decided to take the route through Montana. And People don't realize, and it was late May that one time, and I'm seeing snow come down. I'm like, look, my tires aren't intended for this. So, because you get like 7,000 or 8,000 feet, and then you come back down, and you lose 1 degree of temperature every 1,000 feet or so. So it can drop pretty drastically. So, last year we were up there in June, and while it was 100 here in Texas, it was 50 where we were in Montana. So, people. But that's the great thing, though, is I think anyone that's want to play games, go travel in the United States for whatever it is. It doesn't matter, like for the crafting gamer. If you have friends that are going to go somewhere, like, hey man, can I just play Navigator? Just do a little bit of traveling with them. One is you'll find out if you're still friends after the trip. But the other is, yeah. But if you can get along with someone, there's so much fun. Now I understand why people like to RV. I really do. You stop here, you stay here for a week, and you drive, go to another place, and you can see all over the United States. And that's the thing I think that aggravates me the most is all of these programs. Whenever they talk about whatever it is, it's always a hatred of the middle class having the ability to enjoy themselves. How dare they have a house? Like they're complaining about McMansions. Who the hell cares, dude? I can build whatever house I want. Why do you care? Oh, well, I have to do this. Just the condescension that comes from these people. Yeah, do that. That's well, okay, fine. You know what we need to do? We just need to cut. Universities are one of the things that cause people to travel the most. We just need to stop funding your universities. Boom, you get no federal funding. Now, great. We're going to stop a bunch of climate change now. Boom, and go to your local trade school. Go to your local community college. And Bruce, when you talk about plumbing, my son he has plumber, electrician, or handyman is the 3 jobs he wants to do. So,
with the right training, he can do all 3.
Well, yeah, but for license, you can only generally do 1 for the amount of time.
Oh, well, that part I didn't know.
Well, it takes what is it, Bruce? For master plumbers, it's 6 or 8 years.
8. Down here, you're going to spend at least 8 years doing it.
Yeah. But look, whatever you enjoy. See, this is why I wish I had more kids, because it'd be like, you're going to be an electrician, you're going to be a carpenter, you're going to be a plumber, you're going to be, you can be a surveyor. All right, good. I've got my team to go. Now we can go into our own business. We don't have everything's in shop. What do you want? Oh, you want this? Okay, we can build that. Oh, you want this? Okay, my sons will all be all together, and you don't have to like each other. Just work together. That's all it comes down to. I don't care. Just get the job done. You can hate your brothers, but that's why I in retrospect, I wish I'd known this when I was young. Just marry a young woman and have as many kids as you can. Just give big middle finger to all these political elites. And you know what? You'll find a way. You'll find if you're. My grandmother grew up with she was the youngest of 17 kids, of which 9 of them made it to adulthood. And, they were poor, and a lot of people that were poor really didn't realize it. They just knew that they didn't have a lot of stuff, and they had a lot of fun. So, anyway, I'll let you go. You guys have a good night.
You too.
Take care of yourself, Omenal. Good seeing you. Good hearing from you.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
Bye. Crafting Gamer, appreciate you being with me here tonight as I wait for this stuff to dry on the dragon. I might just finish this off tomorrow.
I actually finished 2 miniatures while we were talking. I put pictures on your Discord. I realized now afterwards they look like carrots. I didn't mix the skin color enough when I first grabbed them, and then they ended up turning out very orange. They look like Snooki when she first got her fucking spray tan.
Here, let me get these.
I did not watch that show. I happened to catch an episode of Jimmy Kimmel with her on, freshly spray tanned.
Not bad. Not great. Not bad.
No. I would say for someone who is literally just starting, like you say, they're not bad.
No.
I was honestly expecting to have much worse hand at doing this.
You'll get better as time goes on, too. I would recommend later on picking up some Army Painter
I prefer the dark tone and the flesh tone they sell.
Yeah.
The
I
flesh wash and the dark tone, you'll be fine. 'Cause after you're done with the flesh,
admittedly, yeah, sorry.
no, you
Uh,
just paint a little bit of flesh tone on there, and it'll really help it pop.
Okay. Well, I gotta wait till next month when I got some money, but yeah, I want to look at all kinds of different paints because I like the Army Speed paints. I bought them because I happened to find an ad on YouTube, and it's like, oh, that looks good. They have the starter box. Well, and I remember asking you about it. You said it was. I can't remember. You said I know you didn't say anything negative about it, other than you didn't like the paints themselves. But
Yeah,
personal choice.
if you're stuck using Army Painter, that's fine. But seriously, the paint itself is one of the lower tiers.
Okay.
Like I really think Reaper is one of the best paints out there. It's not the best. That would be Vallejo. Vallejo has the best paint I've used. But I think if you're seeing a Reaper paint kit 1 through 6, pick it up because you're going to find yourself going back to those colors.
Okay. Well, admittedly, this was a starter kit I seen through YouTube. I also partially chose it because it came with the 6 colors that I actually have for my game. It's like that's somehow, I won't say perfect, but somehow kind of cool, that the fact that it came with the colors I needed for some of what I wanted to do with the miniatures to begin with. And last but not least, I am a cheapskate. I've got these suckers basically on sale. But yeah, I'll look into Reaper miniatures. I mean, their paints. I've been looking at their miniatures already, so definitely not going to hurt me any to go check out their paints.
I got these 2 figures complete for the night. They're going off into the cardboard locator, and they'll be getting glossed later on this week, maybe, hopefully. Before we end, do you want to advertise anything you have going on special? Anything that you're doing different than usual?
Different than usual. At this moment, no. I need to find somebody to, at least one person to start doing a campaign with. What I'm planning on doing for my channel is doing something kind of like this, where you have an open. Unfortunately, I'm going to risk like Mr. Ricky or whatever the fuck his name was, but I'm going to be people can come in to play and try Robotech as I play it live on camera, like just like this. But I got to have at least one person to start with. Otherwise, it's just me telling a story, not actually doing any GMing.
We'll be getting in touch with you here within fairly close time, talking to you about your campaign.
Okay.
So I'm going to send you a link for Squidmar miniatures or Squidmar miniature paint, and I want you to look at it because they've got a really good. Like Squidmar's my guys. That's the guys I go to a lot. They probably aren't the best, but for everything that they do do it fairly well.
Okay. Yeah. I've already discovered that the collection of paints I have is too small. There are variations of certain shades of color I really want that I just don't have access to. I mean, I could probably mix paints, but I've never been good with that.
Well, these guys did a paint test, and Squidmar Miniatures have a video called World's Biggest Paint Test Part 1. And after 200 hours of testing, we found the best paint in the world Part 2. So that should help you out. Those 2 videos right there. I sent the first one to you on your Discord.
Yeah, I've seen that. Oh, there is one other thing different I am doing. I have recorded the unboxing, and then I need to I have to wait for the resin to arrive, record its unboxing, and then I will be doing an unboxing / show and tell of my 3D printer and its first print. And talking about how I'm going to be using it in my gaming and environment. Like why I consider the 3D printer within the gaming context of the videos I make. I think I said that right.
In the chat, I have a link for blackoutcoffee.com. If you understand coffee, if you know the value of coffee to people like me, and I love coffee, I love a good coffee. If you understand that there are some coffees that are better than others, yeah, he's got butterscotch. How do you think of that coffee?
It is my favorite so far. I've tried 3 different flavors, and I kind of got stuck on this one. I have a monthly subscription, and this is the one I get sent every 6 weeks. Yeah, every 6 weeks. And yeah, I actually need to start like spending a little bit more money and getting other flavors to try them out.
They have
But as soon as I
a couple
discovered
different
this one, I wanted to make sure it was. Yeah,
They have
oh,
a couple different subscriptions. I recommend getting at least one of the two. One is the flavored coffees of the month, where you have like the banana, you have the butterscotch coffee, you have Climax
Oh, they'll
coffee.
just send you different ones.
They send you different ones.
Oh, that sounds like a good
The
idea.
flavored
I like
coffee of the month, you get a different one for 12 months. It's great. And then they have like their signature blend subscription, where they send you something from their regular non-flavored lines, which actually it is quite flavored, but it's not quite into the level of star. It's not a latte flavor coffee like what you're getting. The butterscotch, the toffee, the Climax, the
Yeah.
grog. The grog is my favorite of the flavored coffees. That's just really good. But I've got 2 links in the checkout code. One in the chat. One is for blackoutcoffee.com. And then my code is STEPL10. And that'll get you 10% off each and every time you order from Blackout Coffee. That's not a subscription purchase. You use that, I get you 10% off. I'm not a big guy for them. I'm not a big player, but I want you to at least have the opportunity to have some good coffee. I've pointed people to other coffee companies before, and I don't really like them so much anymore after they've done things that really I don't agree with. But
Yeah.
Blackout Coffee seems to be pretty much freedom of speech, Second Amendment, first and foremost. Now, with that being stated, they've also gotten behind some big YouTubers, and they have their own links and shit. But I like Blackout Coffee for a lot of reasons. I liked them before they got big. And I want you to enjoy or at least sample what they have. So just use StepL10, and that'll get you 10% off at the checkout for anything you buy that's not a subscription. If there's anything wrong with the coffee, they typically will try to do their best to amend the situation. They will even do their best to try to refund it. And whenever you're talking about a perishable being sent through the mail, and then the company tries to stand behind it and throw you money back, they will try to do their best. Now, I've never had a problem with their money or their coffee was bad, but I've heard people have stories. I don't drink Keurig type of coffee. I drink beans, and I grind the beans myself. I've got a grinder, so I do things fresh. But I do want you guys to try this stuff out. Blackoutcoffee.com is going to be a good link for you. The Crafting Gamer.
Yes.
Did you enjoy yourself tonight, sir?
Oh, very much so. As you said earlier, even though we differ on a lot of things, we are still friends. And dude, there is just something about you that I have enjoyed your company ever since I first watched you on YouTube.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm not no homo, but you're a good guy. You have your head on straight. You have a different perspective because of where you were born and what you do. And I really want you to succeed. And I think actually by you getting on your end, you're probably going to need to run some beta tests here and there.
Oh yeah.
From what I've seen of your product, I think it's really mostly just ready for the gold press, which I know that sounds kind of weird. Others will tell me that I'm wrong, and we'll find out in play what it is. But that's why you have first edition and errata, and that's why you have years of play. We don't have those behind your product yet. So just keep working on it,
and it will be fine. You're not David Guile with, you know, a product already out there. You're not me with a lofty goal. You're kind of in between, and you've got a couple groups that you could work for beta test. We're going to test you with table breakers here within the next 3 months, and then I'm going to ask you to start doing this. You could either do it in Discord, or you could do it on StreamYards and YouTube. I prefer if you actually do it on Discord first. That way you get used to it. And once you get used to it, you should be fine. But get good. And I think you're not going to have a problem. I think actually this is going to be the way that you get your name out there.
Yeah.
I don't know what else. I mean, I've got a product, you've got a product, they're kind of alike, but I think both of them could probably use the fires of the gauntlet. I think we need to be put through the crucible. And I think once we do, we'll figure out where we need to work the hardest to get things complete. And I hope the best for what you're working on and for you yourself. You're not going to have an easy road, but you already know that.
Yeah. I'm one of those people who, if I get into something, I don't dive into the deep end, but I make sure I know what I'm doing before I step into that pool.
Well, I wish you the best on this, and stick around after we have exited, because I do want to just have Palaver for a couple minutes, and then I'll turn you loose. But I want to say thank you again for being part of tonight's Paint and Chill stream.
That was fun.
Also want to say thank you to Omanal for being in here, and for every member of the chat that stopped in. Six Nation 31 Kings, Hungar the Starbarian, David Guile, Legion of Myth, Edby John, insert name here, Arrow in the Dark, hello, and our friend, the Cigar DM, who he asked me, I went in, but he didn't look in the description. Otherwise, he would have been booted in, but whatever. Everybody, have a great night. I hope you have a great Monday night. I hope that your week is great and profitable. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your families. Put food on your table. And I'll see you again next week with Miss Janet. Thank you so much.
In the immortal words of a fun man, peace, love, and chicken grease.
I love chicken grease.